pocket my glasses. What? I stick in there.
I had forgotten.
Oh gosh.
And from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom and understanding. We, thy unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultation. And grant that we having the fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affection, the result of all our counsel may be to thy glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety and honor and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, Senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motions and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Public Finance Management Act Resolution of Parliament for the authorization, the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority to finance a youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, contingency emergency response component of St. Lucia's Unleashing the Blue Economy. Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 3 order. Public Debt Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to raise funds to meet fiscal requirements. Visiting Police Forces, ICC Cricket World Cup, West Indies. ICC World Cup, West Indies. Beg your pardon, ICC Cricket World Cup, West Indies. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, has been pleased to assent the appropriation 2024-2025 bill. And it's my pleasure now to welcome members of my family and the gallery and other friends of senators. So welcome, all of you, visiting family from Calgary and those from here. Welcome. Statements from ministers, parliamentary secretary. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business. Hold on.
Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I am as obedient as always, will not stand until I'm called. Good morning, colleagues. Madam President, I beg to move to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 58 of 2024, St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, Seaport Tariff Amendment Order 2 Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 59 of 2024, Legal Profession Eligibility, Tanisha Elizabeth Tapper Order. Statutory Instrument Number 60 of 2024, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 61 of 2024, Tourism Development Rate of Tourism Levy, Tourism Accommodation Order. Statutory Instrument Number 62 of 2024, tourism development exemption from payment of tourism levy order. Statutory instrument number 63 of 2024, value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2 order. Statutory instrument number 64 of 2024, price control amendment number 7 order. Statutory instrument number 65 of 2024, excise tax amendment of Schedule 1 number 7 order. Statutory instrument number 66 of 2024, legal profession eligibility, Luan Merle de Costa order.
Motions. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is under Section 1091 of A of the Value Added Tax Cap 15042, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act, that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariffs headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 3 order, to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include as exempt import, A, for a period commencing the first day of April 2024 and ending on the 31st day of July 2024, the import by the West Indies Cricket and the International Cricket Council, its subsidiaries and associates, including the International Business Corporation and the National Lotteries Authority for Cricket World Cup 2024 of 1. Stationery. 2. Signage. 3. Promotional materials, including flyers and clothing. 4. Supplies for local transportation of cargo. 5. Routers and walkie-talkies. 6. Printing supplies. 7. Hardware and building supplies. 8. Telecommunication services. 9. Security services. B. By a person in connection with the participation, organization, and staging of World Cup 2024 of 1. Personal effects. 2. Food supplements and beverages. 3. Medical supplies, medical instruments, and pharmaceuticals. 4. Sporting equipment. 5. Gifts, awards, trophies, medals, and flags. 5. Uniforms, costumes, and other clothing. C. Import by a visiting police force for the exclusive use of the visiting police force of the following goods. 1. Equipment. 2. Provisions. 3. Supplies. 4. Personal effects. 5. Other goods. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 3 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import, A, for a period commencing from the first day of April 2024 and ending on the 31st day of July 2024, the imports by the West Indies and the International Cricket Council, its subsidiary and associate, including the International Business Corporation for World Cup Cricket 2024, of 1. Stationery. 2. Signage. 3. Promotional material, including flyers and clothing. 4. Supplies for local transportation of cargo. 6. That was 4. 5. Routers and walkie-talkies. 6. Printing supplies. 7. Hardware and building supplies. 8. Telecommunication services. 9. Security services. B. import by a person in connection with the participation, organization, and staging of World Cup Cricket 2024 of 1. Personal effects, 2. Food supplements, and beverages. 3. Medical supplies, medical instruments, and pharmaceuticals. 4. Sporting equipment. 5. Gifts, awards, trophies, medals, and flags. 6. Uniforms, costumes, and other clothing. C. Import by a visiting police force for the exclusive use of the visiting police force of the following goods. 1. Equipment. 2. Provisions. 3. Supplies. 4. Personal effects. And 5. Other goods. Madam President, if I may just provide a brief explanation on this first motion, which follows a previous motion that we brought to this House or to the Senate some time ago. What we are basically doing is to seek Parliament's approval to be able to provide exemptions for goods and services that waiver of VAT and for goods and services that will be necessary or needed for the hosting of the World Cup, a practice that all the other host countries will have to engage in. And you will find today there are other motions that are relating to that particular event. As we may know, or we should know in this chamber, for VAT to be waived on anything, it has to be taken to Parliament for approval. And so based on that principle of obeying the law, we have to come here to seek Parliament's approval to give those waivers on the items listed. So I ask that items listed. So I ask that the Senate gives approval for the government to be able to waive the VAT on those items to facilitate the hosting of the ICC T20 World Cup.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves a draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 3 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import, A, for a period commencing from the first day of April 2024 and ending on the 31st day of July 2024, the import by the Cricket West Indies and the International Cricket Council, its subsidiaries and associates, including the International Business Cooperation for Cricket World Cup 2024 of 1. Stationery. 2. Signage. 3. Promotional materials, including flyers and clothing. 4. Supplies for local transportation of cargo. 5. Routers and walkie-talkies. 6. Printing supplies. 7. Hardware and building supplies. 8. Telecommunication services. 9. Security services. B. Import by a person in connection with the participation, organization, and staging of Cricket World Cup 2024 of 1. Personal effects. 2. Food supplements and beverages. 3. Medical supplies, medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. 4. Sporting equipment. 5. Gifts, awards, trophies, medals and flags. 6. Uniforms, costumes, and other clothing. C. Import by a visiting police force for the exclusive use of the visiting police force of the following goods. 1. Equipment. 2. Provisions. 3. Supplies. 4. Personal effects. 5. Other goods. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise, Madam President, to ask a lot of questions about this motion brought before the Parliament. I did ask in the previous sitting, when a similar motion came to the House, seeking for Parliament to give approval on VAT exemptions for a host of different supplies, as is the case today. Madam President, the opposition is still waiting on the government to provide us with how much is it really costing the country to host the World Cup. Why is the government so reluctant to give this information? Is this information available? Please make it so that the public can know. Madam President, the only thing that I am aware of that we can correlate to the World Cup is that the government came to the House in a previous sitting, and the government did request of Parliament then that they were going to borrow $80 million, and this was just to fix up the Boss Issue Cricket Ground, the Darren Sammy Stadium rather, formerly Boss Issue Cricket Ground, and they are going to fix up the practice facilities, namely Grosley and the Minden Phillip Park. I find that cost to be very exorbitant because all of these facilities, they exist. And so the 80 million figure, which the government has said to Parliament in a previous sitting, that it is allocated towards the refitting of the main playing arena and as well the Grosley playing field, as well as the Minden Phillip Park. I find that cost to be exorbitant. There are additional costs, I'm sure, to host the World Cup. What are those costs? Scripture tells us, Madam President, that only an unwise man builds a house without counting the cost. The cost is very important for us to know whether this government is in fact making a prudent decision or not. Now, so we don't have the cost because the leader of government business didn't bring the cost again. Now we're asking, what is the total cost? What's the budget for Cricket World Cup? I'm going to use the 80 million figure that we have borrowed. Countries historically, Madam President, have used Olympics, World Cups, and such events to do a number of things. Some countries may use it for international politics. Some countries may use it for tourism purposes. Some countries may use it for enhancing of their international profile. And it is all done with a targeted amount. When you use significant sums of taxpayers' money to host these international events, then it is costing you a significant burden. And there are a number of things that you would have liked to have done in your national development, which you otherwise may have to forego. So in the case of the ICC, the ones who really have the rights and the license to the cup, you could see, Madam President, that not even the taxes on stationery they want to spend. They expect you, the host country, to cough up that cost. So normally when you would have been charging your ordinary citizens that type of those types of levies and fees and taxes, the ICC has gone to governments and said, look, if you want to host this event, which we have the right to, then you need to forgo all of these taxes on a whole range of commodities and services that they have, that the government has outlined here today. And that is fine. And so it then leaves us that if we're going to borrow $80 million, and if we're going to forgo all of this revenue, then what is the objective? Why are we hosting the World Cup? What is the purpose of St. Lucia at this time hosting the World Cup? We just can't do it because we're doing it. It has to be why. And that purpose statement is missing here today. And I haven't appreciated why the government is doing it. And so the why and the purpose is going to then tell us whether it is worth what we are spending. And all I have that is pronounced is $80 million, which the government have come to borrow. Number two, I I am going to assume that because we are a tourism-dependent economy, now the leader of government business, he has given me no such explanation, so I am making this assumption that the value that I can see is for there to be a tourism benefit from a tourism-reliant economy. Now, I have said before, and I will repeat again, that the teams which we are hosting, so we've got Afghanistan, we've got Sri Lanka, we've got Australia, we've got Scotland. None of these are traditional tourism markets. None of these have any flights going to them. Even if their fans wanted to travel to St. Lucia to come to see these games, it's not available. It's difficult. Just imagine, Madam President, traveling to Australia, to the Caribbean. It's going to take you over a day to get to St. Lucia. The flight connectivity is horrible. So if the government is assuming that there's a great tourism benefit from this, I would like to posit my own opinion from my experience that that is wishful thinking. That is not going to happen. So there's no tourism benefit. When I look, Madam President, Sri Lanka, same thing. Afghanistan, this is very, very, very difficult for there to be any real attendance from Sri Lankans. Now, the other benefit that I can imagine would be a marketing benefit, because every tourism dependent economy, a destination, needs visibility, needs to go out there, needs to show the world this is a great place for you to come to. Now, when you're beaming great pictures about St. Lucia, great pictures about the island, to Sri Lanka, to Afghanistan, are we planning in the future, not too far from now, to connect some flights and develop Afghanistan and Sri Lanka as tourism destinations? Or are we just going to make a statement today that has no weight to say that, look, we're going to get visibility, we're going to get publicity? Who is watching? Where is it going to? I remember, Madam President, we had this discussion about when you're marketing sporting events, you have to have the right market, the right geography. There must be flight connectivity. And even though the United States is a well-established tourism destination, we know that there is not much of a cricket following in the US, for example. So if these pictures are being televised to the United States, which is the top tourism destination, then the opportunity is very, very slim. And we may as well, if we're going to spend $80 million just to get our island promoted in the US, then I'll say to you, that is about 10 years of the tourism marketing budget to the United States of America. So you might as well just spend the money and advertise normally to the United States if that's what you want to do. Spend the money and advertise in the UK if that's what you want to do, and you'll be able to do this a lot cheaper than having to host a World Cup. Now, my opinions are all based on assumptions because I've received very little detail in this motion that has been presented here today, but I am going to assume that based on previous attempts by previous administrations, whether it was the St. Lucia Labour Party or whether it was the UWP, when we have agreed to host these large sporting games, it is to drive tourism. I remember, Madam President, we took a decision back in 2018, and we hosted a test match, and it was England versus West Indies, and it was in February. And we saw for the first time in a long time that tourism arrivals from the UK grew by a whopping 55%, and it outpaced that of the United States market for that month, correlating with the time that the England team visited St. Lucia. Why? We've got great flight connectivity. It's a source market for St. Lucia. And so strategically, we made that decision to host that because we saw a very big direct return. You cannot tell me loosely that there's going to be economic benefits, that there's going to be tourism benefits, when the details of all of those steps are not in place. That is not going to happen because you say so. Now, the other thing I want to say is that the first time the Caribbean hosted the World Cup, back in 2007, St. Lucia had a joint bid with Barbados. And that bid, I remember skillfully, and it was the St. Lucia Labour Party government was there at the time. And what the St. Lucia Labour Party government of that day did skillfully was they said, look, we're going to put a bid in with Barbados, joint bid to host the semi-finals. We want the England team to be staged here in St. Lucia. A St. Lucia Labour Party government with Kenny Anthony as the Prime Minister. We want an England team to be based here in St. Lucia. Why? Why? That question, why, is fundamental. Because the UK is a major tourism market. When you talk about Afghanistan, when you talk about Sri Lanka, Australia, there's no comparison. There is zero tourism value to be had from that. This is wishful thinking. And so at that time, under Kenny Anthony, it was the Labour government who had a joint bid with the Barbados government and said, look, we want the semi-finals. Barbados will host the finals, but more importantly, the England team will be in St. Lucia. And we saw the Barmy Army coming in droves. We saw people selling. We saw the economic penetration of what a World Cup can be. We see hotels are full. We see rental car companies are sold out. We see that there was massive economic opportunity. One of the things that they got wrong is that they ill-advisedly advised a number of St. Lucians to put on apartments. And those apartments, people got into loans and so on, preparing for the World Cup. And those expectations fell well below what was posited by the government of the day. So that didn't work. But getting England here certainly did work for the tourism arrivals of the country. So that is crucial. Madam President, I think all of us must be very concerned about the state of regional travel at this time and how it's going to be very difficult for fans moving from the respective islands to get around. And this is another big blow as well, in that while you may have had, and we're hosting one game of the West Indies, and that game is versus Afghanistan. And I believe that that game would have presented an opportunity for fans from around the Caribbean to come to our country to watch the West Indies. And I think that they would have had a real opportunity for there to be some increased level of tourist arrivals from the Caribbean islands coming to see the West Indies for that game. But that opportunity is going to be very, very difficult because, again, I've heard nothing from the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, who just laid the bill here today, about what the plans are to maybe talk to regional airlines so that we can get more flights from the nearby islands. What are the promotions like with the Tourism Authority? We are now in May. Are there any promotions for the West Indies game so that we can invite the rest of the Caribbean to come to St. Lucia to watch the West Indies game as fans around the Caribbean would normally like to do? Of course, even if there was availability, the high cost of regional travel is going to be a significant impediment. That impediment is going to impact a number of the Caribbean destination, and that is not only unique to St. Lucia, but all of the countries that host any West Indies games. We will see there be difficulty in people getting around. So, Madam President, I have great regard. Cricket is my favorite sport, my number one. And so naturally, I would lean towards supporting any cricket event. But at the same time, as a legislator today, my job is to make sure that the people's monies are being spent in an efficient manner. And I'm not sure that it is in this instance. And so therefore, while I remain supportive of cricket, I do not support this motion. I thank you.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand in support of this motion to approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 3 order to provide exemptions on a number of items in relation to Cricket World Cup 2024. Madam President, just very briefly, I heard the question asked, why host Cricket World Cup? And Madam President, just to indicate that we in the West Indies, we thrive on certain sporting activities, cricket being one of them, and cricket being sort of unique to some countries because there are some countries that don't participate or don't play cricket. And so, Madam President, I would believe that hosting of Cricket World Cup to us in St. Lucia firstly would boost our tourism, because there would be several fans, several patrons who would move throughout the venues, and St. Lucia being one of them, they will be visiting St. Lucia. So there is potential for major economic activity. And so, Madam President, I don't understand why we would want to be myopic in looking mainly at the cost of hosting Cricket World Cup rather than looking at the comprehensive opportunities that are available by the hosting of such an event, and such a prestigious event at that. In addition to that, there is potential for economic development, and that is what the government of St. Lucia is engaging in by maintaining and upgrading the facilities that are going to be used both for practice matches as well as for hosting the game itself. And so the infrastructure development is not only for this current event, but for future generations, so that you would not have to go and upgrade your facilities over and over. So what you do today is going to impact on these facilities for the next 5 to 10 years. So the $80 million that is going to be spent, and we're not on that bill yet, on that motion yet, but what is going to be spent for infrastructure development is not going to last just for this year, but it's going to last for several years to come. Madam President, hosting the Cricket World Cup affords opportunities for job creation. Your groundsmen are going to have a job, which they would not normally have had if there's no cricket. Because you don't have groundsmen pulling, tarpaulin if it's going to rain. If there's no cricket, you wouldn't have those who take care of the facilities cleaning on evenings. You will not have those who are in the pavilions and doing several other things. So there is potential for job creation by the hosting of Cricket World Cup. Madam President, there is also going to be the branding of our country. Madam President, when I look at this current Cricket World Cup that is coming up, there's going to be 55 matches that are going to be played across 9 cities, 3 in the US and 6 in the Caribbean. Madam President, it means that Americans are going to have interest in coming to our country. So it's not just the, what they call them, the Bami Army, but you're going to have Americans down here as well. Madam President, the first cricket match is going to be held on June 1st between Canada and the US, and it's going to be held in Dallas, Texas. These are unprecedented things, Madam President. So why wouldn't St. Lucia want to be part of such a major event? Why would we want to leave it up to other Caribbean countries only because it's going to cost us $80 million? And the $80 million, mind you, Madam President, when we presented this motion a few weeks ago, we were told that it was not primarily for the Darren Sammy cricket grounds. It was for the Mindo Phillip Park, and it was for other sporting facilities. Madam President, you have, let me tell you where the matches are going to be held in the Caribbean. Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in Grosile, St. Lucia. Annos Vale Stadium in Kingstown, St. Vincent. And Brian Lara Cricket Academy in San Fernando, Trinidad. So tell me, Madam President, St. Lucia should not be in that list of venues in the region. Madam President, we're seeing this very week what is happening with the jazz festival that is taking place. It is not just about the jazz festival and music. It is not just about people gathering to listen to music from different places. You're seeing the trickle-down effect of the jazz festival in St. Lucia from last week. Madam President, you cannot find a hairdresser this week. You cannot find a nail artist this week. Ask the leader for government business what happened to food and dairy. So, last week, tout manger run out, drinks run out, taxi drivers burnt out, minibuses, you cannot find them. You have bars, you have restaurants, you have Airbnbs, all sold out. So, ask the speculators, the ladies, the people with the shops on High Street and Victoria Street and St. Louis Street, how their clothes are sold out. This is the trickle-down effect of these major activities. So when there's a rumor that 2,500 complimentary tickets were given out, for sure we know they're not bookmarks. If they were given out, I don't know, maybe the people who know that 25 were given out got. But that notwithstanding, Madam President, the vendors are happy. The man on the street is happy. And Madam President, I don't know if it's because within the last 2 to 3 years, every single social activity that the government has planned has been a major success. And so, perhaps, Madam President, what I'm seeing, some people are afraid. So why host the Cricket World Cup? I cannot believe that this can be a question, Madam President. Especially coming from someone who has a background in tourism and an interest in tourism. an activity that has the potential to bring people to St. Lucia, and these people will utilize the fringe activities, social resorts and other things. Why don't you want them to come here? Is it because they are coming at the invitation of this administration? Is that the fear? So, Madam President, we see what is happening in our country. I can tell you, I have a friend here from Jamaica, and last evening when she walked into the Pigeon Island National Park and she saw the quality of that event, she said, St. Lucia is back. And those who are coming who will be coming for Cricket World Cup, I am sure they will say the same thing, that St. Lucia is back. So, Madam President, it is with much national pride that I stand in support of this motion to provide VAT exemptions for the Cricket World Cup that will be happening in June. I thank you.
Senator Polius.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to offer my contribution to this ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies Act. Madam President, I'd like to preface my submission by saying and acknowledging that, yes, St. Lucia stands to benefit from hosting such an international event. We do not need to be an expert. No one needs to be so competent or cricket savvy or to be knowledgeable of the game or to be a minister or anyone in the tourism industry to understand that an international event of this nature will in some way benefit the country, the hosting countries. So this is not, there is no rocket science involved in this. However, Madam President, I want to dig a little bit deeper into the act. And when I do that, Madam President, I realize that this act is very late in coming. It is late in coming, Madam President, and I'm going to tell you why. It demonstrates, Madam President, quite vividly the tardiness of this administration, to deal with some specific issues regarding the safety and security of the people of this country. Madam President, I know the members opposite. They will say, perhaps, better late than never. Madam President, what we have seen happening in our country over the past few months, over the past year, more than a year, we've seen so many people, Madam President, who have lost their lives as a result of the upsurge in the crime rate. And even when they say better late than ever, I hasten to say, Madam President, that where the safety and security of the people of this country is concerned, never late is better. Never late is better. And Madam President,
Senator Fady, sorry, Leader of Government Business. This is the biggest joke.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order, Senator?
Yes, I want to reference point of order 37.1, which speaks to the First of all, Senator Polius has indicated that we are coming here with an act that is late. Madam President, and she continues to speak about safety and security. This morning I stood up and I presented a motion, not an act or bill, a motion that has to do with waiving of VAT on materials and services. I have not heard anything to do with the motion. I'm hearing a debate on an act that has to do with security. So, Madam President, I wish to raise that issue on 37.1, that this debate as it stands now, coming from my colleague, has nothing to do with the motion that I presented.
Before I allow you to stand, Senator Polius, your intervention is noted, Senator, and I note that, and I am assuming that Senator Polius is looking at Section C that speaks to equipment for the visiting police force. So in that regard, Senator Polius, you ought to make reference to the content that you are speaking to. It's not in isolation. Zero in on that, and if you have to make a point, make it relevant to that. So if you're talking about Part C of the motion that speaks to the import of the visiting police and the equipment for the police force, and you want to make a point about it, please do so. And please be guided accordingly.
thank you, Madam President. Apparently, Madam President, the Leader of Government Business was a little bit too hasty, because this is exactly where this is exactly what I'm coming to. Thank you for the correction. It's a motion. Madam President, when we look at Part C of this motion, Part C, and this is what I want to draw your attention to, Madam President. Madam President, we on this side know our place. We know when to be partisan and when to be St. Lucian. And we're not being myopic, Madam President, because we recognize there is need, Madam President, to seek assistance from other officials, particularly when we have such event, an international event, and we really want to ensure that the people of this country and the visitors alike are safe. So the visiting police force that is being referenced in Part C is what I am alluding to, Madam President. Madam President, we recognize, we're not being myopic, we recognize and we support what is good for our country. We do. We know that the Prime Minister, and he has said it many times, that he was not a policeman, not a police officer, and he doesn't know how to deal with those matters that deal with crime. And so, he recognized the need to seek outside help. And we on this side, Madam President, we are prepared to support this motion in that regard. But not without our objective and honest assessment
of this motion and the concerns that my colleague on this side has already raised. Madam President, it is really sad, you know. It is really sad. It is a sad state of affairs in this country. And we just pray that when this event is held, that we do not experience any major casualties. We don't anticipate it. We don't look forward to it. And that is why the visiting police force will play a critical role in that regard. Madam President, this is what I want to focus on at this point. Immunity from prosecution section, Madam President. And it says, Section 7.2, which is of tremendous concern to me, Madam President. The members of the visiting force, police force, shall be immune from prosecution.
Senator Paulius, I beg to stop you and ask you, what are you reading from? What document are you reading from?
I'm reading from whatever that was sent to us, Madam President. Explanatory note, Madam President.
That's for the bill or
the
for...
document that was sent to us.
There's
Yes,
a
the
bill. You're reading from the bill. That's for later. We're dealing with that motion. So I would advise you to confine your comments to that. We have not reached the bill. We are on motions.
Okay.
Okay? Please be advised.
Okay, so thank you for your guidance, Madam President. But I also want to raise an issue, Madam President, regarding the end date. Because I'm looking at section 1A, the end date, which is the 31st day of July, 2024. We can see that on the section 1A. I hope I'm not reading from a different document there. Madam President, the choice of this specific end date raises some questions and concerns. Given that the Cricket World Cup 2024 is scheduled to conclude on June 30th, Madam President, why is there need to extend the exemption period beyond this date, Madam President? This is the question that I'm asking. This appears to be arbitrary, Madam President, and it lacks a clear justification for the extension. And perhaps the leader of government business might be kind enough to shed some light on this, provide some justification. And I know that perhaps he may jump in to say that this could be to account for any post-event activity or some logistical requirements. But Madam President, it still begs the question. If the items listed are critical for the execution of Cricket World Cup, Madam President, extending the exemption period beyond 30th June, which is the conclusion of the tournament, solely for post-event activities, Madam President, it does not appear to be logically sound. So there is need for the members on the other side to provide some kind of clarification. What is the justification for this? We want to ensure that any extensions given are justified and to serve the interests of the people of this country, Madam President. We want to ensure that exemptions given and extensions granted do not raise suspicions of favoritism, Madam President, or misuse of tax privileges. So, Madam President, here lies my submission on this. I thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been an interesting start to the morning's proceedings, considering that the opposition would have seen the order paper, I am sure. And the reason I know they have, Madam President, is because the last speaker has already moved way ahead to one of the bills that will come later. So I'm satisfied that the opposition has seen the order paper. They have the documents that are to be debated today. And so they know that there are 4 motions and 2 bills, three bills, one of which will be down for first reading. So having established that the opposition is familiar with the order paper, and having recognized that this first motion was merely getting Parliament's approval for exemption of VAT on specific goods and services that have to do with the ICC World Cup, I did not anticipate that at 11:35 we would still be having a back and forth conversation about waiving of VAT. It seems that the opposition may have a campaign site outside and they want to spend the whole, maybe until tomorrow, Madam President. I'm not sure. But having said that, I want to provide some clarification and a response to some of the issues that have been raised so far. First of all, Madam President, Senator Fady has asked the question that his colleague, I suspect, answered. And the question was, why are we hosting the World Cup? I could not believe that I'm hearing a former Minister for Tourism who sat in a government where we have hosted international events, whose Minister for Sport spent 2 weeks outside this country at an Olympic Games event, is asking this Parliament why we are hosting a World Cup. But it is obvious that he knew the answers, because his colleague then stood up and explained that the country stands to benefit economically. And so I don't think I need to answer that question, because Senator Polius, thank you, has answered the question for him. Madam President, what is he really worried about? He sounds very worried that we are hosting the ICC World Cup. Very, very worried, very concerned, and has attempted once before to bring the discussion into an issue about why we're not hosting England and so on. Why is Senator Fady so worried? If I'm a citizen of St. Lucia, and there are about 9 territories in the Caribbean who would want to have their country host some of the matches of the World Cup that only about 6 of them got to host, or maybe 4. I think Senator Jean listed these countries: Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Trinidad. Don't you think Guyana, St. Kitts, Jamaica, Grenada, Dominica, don't you think all of these countries would have been trying their very best to get some of those matches? And if I am a St. Lucian and I realize that out of all of these countries of the region, I, along with Barbados, Trinidad, St. Vincent, and that's the 4 of us, only 4 of us were able to get a piece of the pie of that World Cup, I would be worried, Madam President. I would be concerned. So there is no logic in that argument. I think any St. Lucian who hears that St. Lucia is one of the only 4 venues selected or who were able to negotiate to host the World Cup would be saying that we are 4 of the most successful bidders in this year's World Cup. That is the logic that Jamaica couldn't get, with Guyana couldn't get, Antigua couldn't get, the country of Viv Richards, you understand? But St. Lucia got an opportunity. And you come and you ask, why are we hosting the World Cup? And you are worried? Madam President, let me move on. So, he doesn't know. But one of the things I noted Senator Jean mentioned, and I'm coming to the argument about what we could have gotten more. Of course, we would have liked to get more. Of course, we would like to have England, Australia, India, and Pakistan, and all of them being in St. Lucia. Of course, we would like to. And he made it look simple. You know, you could just do that. Madam President, the US is one of the host countries. Now, you see, we were supposed to be discussing VAT, but now we have to answer, or we have to respond to questions about countries and so on. You see where they want to take the debate? And by the way, Madam President, there are opportunities for that, because we have other motions to come. But they will not get away with trying to drag the debate into a line that is not appropriate or not related to what we came here to do. So, Madam President, $80 million will be spent, and the member is worried. Why are we spending the money? I think he has gotten some of the answers already. Generating employment for the people of this country. All of the work that will be done, St. Lucians will benefit. But let me not spend too much time on that, because I think we all know that. There is the argument, Madam President, that unless you have England, you're not in business. But I will remind the member that we are hosting the first round, but there is also the second round, the Super 8, the semi-finals, and the final. And we have matches in the Super 8. So, depending on the fixtures, we may very well have either England, Australia, India, or one of those big names, because we are almost certain, Madam President, if you are hosting the Super 8, you are almost certain that one of those will be in the Super 8. That's the history of the World Cup. The big guns generally and will almost certainly be in the next round. Expect America and Nepal, you know, to be in the Super 8, and Australia and England not there. So I am here to say to cricket fans in this country, and I say it in Creole too. Si vous aimez cricket, cette ici c'est une de 4 pays qui jouent en place en World Cup là. L'année ça. L'année misi pays en Caraïbes là qui a joué en place en World Cup là. Mais en parmi eux tous, l'année 4 pays qui trouvaient en place. Saint-Lucie, Trinidad, 6. Saint-Lucie, Trinidad, parmi eux, et puis Saint-Vincent, et puis Barbade. Toutes les autres là, ils ont en place, ils n'ont pas joué. Ça veut dire nous faire bien. Et puis l'autre bon cricket là, nous presque assis, oui. Nous allons joindre, peut-être nous allons joindre l'Angleterre, Australia, India, et bien on sait go place là pour jouer cette liste. So ça, c'est notre fait des cas là. Si nous pas joindre nous dans premier one, nous allons joindre l'autre one. So, Madam President, just to thank you to my colleagues, Guyana and Antigua got a place, so it's 6. But that still represents less than half of the territories. So, Madam President, the benefits, what about the television rights? What about the sites and attractions? You ever see any international event in this country, and during the break or during the ads, you have the cameras flashing all over this country, showing all of our hills and valleys and sites and attractions. And some of the members of the opposition find themselves on the cameras too, because they want St. Lucians to, the world to see that they're part of this. You understand? And I'm happy that they are, because they're St. Lucians. Madam President, the issue of England and so on, the last time we had a back and forth, so I'm not going there. But you know what I noticed this morning? I never thought I would come to this chamber and hear Senator Fede of all people, big up Dr. Kenny D. Anthony in his debate. I heard that, Madam President. He has gone to the extent where he's now bigging up Dr. Kenny Anthony because we got England the last time. So Kenny Anthony is now a hero. Yes. How convenient. Yeah? Kenny Anthony, can you imagine I'm hearing this today? You know what I will hear very soon? The day will come when they will find a reason to big up Philip J. Piatu. Madam President, où est opposition passe à nous faire ça qui bon? Même si pour yo dislane pour dire, yo kay di. So when Dr. Kenny Anthony had ensured that Airbnbs were given concessions and that we got England under his watch and we got all those things, we negotiated jointly with Barbados and all of that to get cricket in the World Cup, they were crucifying him on the eve of the 2016 elections. But today, he's the hero. I await the day when they will be shouting the praises of Philip J. Pierre as well. Madam President, finally, does the opposition support the motion or does the opposition not support the motion? I have asked this question before, and it goes to show that there is clearly no direction with this opposition when they come here. Senator Fede said very vehemently did not support the motion before he sat. He does not support it. His colleague, Senator Polius, says, and let me see if I can quote her, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that hosting a World Cup is going to bring benefits. But he's asking why you're hosting the World Cup. So, qui sa opposition sa vini fait ici, Madam President? Qui sa yo vini fait? Est-ce yo vini supporter Sanokadia, eh bien, est-ce yo pas supporter? Si vous supportez, vous supportez. Madam President, when, of course, they couldn't find an issue, it went to a bill, not a bill, an act. An act that is late, and the Senator Polius then decided to preempt a bill that is going to come to the table later. And I think it is about time senators here who have been here for at least over a year, we've been in government 3 years almost. Senator Polius was in the Senate before I was in government. It's almost 4 years. I think by now we need to take our time when we come here and study at the business of the Senate, understand what we come to do. We should be able to tell the difference between a bill and a motion. We have not passed any act here. We don't pass acts in Parliament. We pass bills, and then they become an act and then law. So when I stand there and I hear my colleagues, instead of paying attention to what we're supposed to be doing, looking for all arguments and saying about an act, and I had to stand up to make that observation, is because we're not concerned about what we came to do here. We are more concerned about causing trouble. Madam President, I want to say, and when we get to that point, I will elaborate. The actions that we are taking today are actions that are being taken by all the other host countries in this region. And among these countries, Barbados is the only one that has gone to the Parliament to do what we're doing today. All the others, we have gone before them. We are the second of the 6. So when people come here and try, oh, why are you so late? All of us have to do it. It is a team approach by the region. So anything you hear that we're going to be doing in respect of World Cup this year is being done by Antigua, Guyana, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and what's the other one? Trinidad and Tobago. They are all doing it. And when it comes to how are you borrowing so much? Madam President, that's not even what the motion was about. We'll get to that just now. And I hope we don't have tedious repetition when we get to that, because they've been hitting on that forever. I will again say, while we may have mentioned 80 million, there are countries who are hosting that are borrowing over $300 million. So, Madam President, lest I exert too much energy on this first motion, I want to reassure St. Lucians that this VAT exemption motion is really about giving the opportunity for ICC cricket services and ICC cricket items to be VAT exempt for the purpose of the World Cup. With this, Madam President, I ask that this motion be approved for the benefit of the people of this country.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 3 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import, A, for a period commencing from the first day of April 2024 and ending on the 31st day of July 2024, the import by the Cricket West Indies and the International Cricket Council, its subsidiaries and associates, including the International Business Cooperation for Cricket World Cup 2024 of 1. Stationery, 2. Signage, 3. Promotional materials including flyers and clothing. 4. Supplies for the local transportation of cargo. 5. Routers and walkie-talkies. 6. Printing supplies. 7. Hardware and building supplies. 8. Telecommunication services. 9. Security services. B. Import by a person in connection with the participation, organization, and staging of Cricket World Cup 2024 of 1. Personal effects. 2. Food supplements and beverages. 3. Medical supplies, medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. 4. Sporting equipment. 5. Gifts, awards, trophies, medals and flags. 6. Uniforms, costumes and other clothing. C. Import by a visiting police force for the exclusive use of the visiting police force of the following goods. 1. Equipment. 2. Provisions. 3. Supplies. 4. Personal effects. 5. Other goods. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 23(1) of the Public Debt Management Act number 22 of 2023, that the Minister of Finance is the sole borrowing agent for the government and may, in order to meet the fiscal requirements of government, borrow by way of loans and government securities. And whereas it is further provided under Section 32(1) of the Public Debt Management Act number 22 of 2023, that the Minister of Finance may, by resolution of Parliament, raise money by the issue of Treasury bonds and Treasury notes in and outside St. Lucia to meet the fiscal requirements for government borrowing under Section 23. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to raise bonds, A, the issuance of EC 64.1 million in new bonds at a rate of 7.5%, B, the reissuance of EC 477.3 million in fixed rate notes and bonds through the regional government securities market and on private placements at a maximum rate of 7.5%. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise bonds by A, the issuance of 64.1 million EC in new bonds at a rate of 7.5%, and B, maximum. B, the reissuance of 477.3 million in fixed rate notes and bonds to the regional government securities market and private placements at a maximum rate of 7.5%. Madam President, I wish to provide further explanation for this motion. Madam President, by way of further explanation, I want to start by indicating that this motion is basically in two parts. First of all, the government is seeking, as you know, we've just passed the budget for the fiscal period 2024-2025, and the government has to finance the projects and whatever is associated with the budget. And you can raise your revenue either by papers, government paper, bonds, treasury bills, and so on, or loans. Madam President, in this case, the government is seeking to roll over, and I want to be very careful because I've heard some machinations about what we came here to do. To roll over some of that money or some of those instruments, and also to issue new instruments. The rollover or the reissuing, Madam President, would be for the bonds that are already on the regional securities market. And the government is seeking to issue $64.1 million of new bonds. That is to fund the current budget. So I wanted to make the clear distinction between what we're rolling over and what we're issuing that is new. The balance, Madam President, that is not the 64.1 million, we are seeking to roll over, and some of these bonds have been issued for quite a long time. In fact, they go back as far as probably 10 years from the previous Labour Party government and during the time of the last government. And of course, it is common practice that government will roll over these bonds once the bondholders do not wish to cash in. And of course, when you see that happening, it is a demonstration that these bondholders have a lot of confidence in what the government is doing and in the government. So they say, look, I will roll over and continue to invest. So, Madam President, the majority of these funds, what we are doing here is really to roll over and reissue. So one will ask, and if you look at the percentage of the bonds that have been rolled over, it represents over 90% of the total of these bonds. So that is possible only because the bondholders know, and it has been mentioned here, the figures were brought, and the Prime Minister in his budget speech indicated that it is the first time that we have had 3 consecutive years of positive growth in the last, 10 years? And we have also registered a primary surplus on our books. And that means a balance. And that means if you have a primary surplus, while I don't profess to be an economist, Madam President, all it means is that you don't have to go and borrow money to pay your debt. You are able to pay your debt without having to go and borrow extra money because you are able to have your primary surplus on your books. And so, Madam President, this gives the government the ability to be able to go on the securities market, issue $64.1 million of bonds to be able to finance its budget. Madam President, the interest rate, and I want to also mention, there was an argument I listened to some time ago that the interest rate is high, 7.5%. The interest rate is up to 7.5%, which is a cap. So it means that in the negotiations, the government will be able to look to get the interest rate to be lower than 7.5%. And from what we've been doing in the last 3 years, most of the time the government is able to negotiate anywhere between 3 to 4.5% as interest rate. So the figure given there is caution to be able to say, okay, we will be prepared to negotiate up to 7.5. It doesn't mean that we are getting the interest, that we are offering the interest rate at 7.5, but we are putting a cap on it. And so, Madam President, these are the conditions. The conditions of that particular motion is no different from what was previously there, except that this time we are rolling over, but we are also seeking to raise 64.1 million on the RSS, the Regional Securities Market, to be able to fund some of the projects that we had announced in this year's budget. And so, Madam President, I wish to put this to the Senate for approval as the government seeks to implement the project, some of the projects that we have identified in the budget presented by the Prime Minister. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise bonds by A, the issuance of EC $64.1 million in new bonds at a maximum rate of 7.5%, B, the reissuance of EC $477.3 million in fixed-rate notes and bonds through the regional government securities market and private placements at a maximum rate of 7.5%. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak on this motion at a time when this government, not too long ago, presented a budget to the House, and in that budget, the government suggested that a combination of loans, of bonds, of treasury bills, of various instruments, bonds, treasury bills, and treasury notes are going to add up to $415,941,500. And that, Madam President, represents new debt that the government would like to borrow in the net financing as they plan to preside over the fiscal affairs of the country going forward. This motion today deals with one aspect of the government's financing, which is its bonds. And here it says that in those treasury notes and bonds for 2025-2024, the government plans to go to the various securities market and to get $64,065,945, according to the estimates of revenues and expenditures. So, Madam President, $415 million is the bigger picture of loans that the government intend to take from the various instruments, loans, treasury bills, and bonds, according to the budget that they have laid in the House. The leader of government business did distinguish between those bonds that are being rolled over and the new bonds that the government would like to take. Madam President, the Economic and Social Review have done a very important analysis of the behavior of bonds and different instruments of borrowing. And that, Madam President, makes for very interesting reading as we come to borrow from the House. In the motion before us, before I delve into the Economic and Social Review, the motion before us, Madam President, did raise a very concerning red flag, and that is this, that the government has pegged up its willingness to borrow at a maximum interest rate of 7.5%. That is very high, Madam President. High interest rates doesn't correlate with confidence. And I've heard the correlation made between the two here today. Normally, Madam President, bonds have been about 4%, where government has come and they have said that we're getting these bonds, we're getting these loans, and they're about 4%. Now, we see that the rate is almost doubled, and that is very, very crucial. You know why, Madam President? Because the debt servicing of this country has increased significantly because of high interest rates. Last year, in the calendar year, Madam President, to service our debt cost the country $331 million in debt servicing. And that is hugely on account of the fact that interest rate has gone up. So the $331 million represents almost $1 million a year that the government is got to spend on servicing various debt in the country. This 7.5 is going to make that figure excruciatingly that much higher than we're paying. And so, Madam President, to peg the bonds at 7.5% is very concerning as a maximum. So whether you want to say it's there in your proposal, 7.5% maximum. Now, that tells me that the debt unit, they've gone out, they've assessed the market, and they've seen, well, you know what? St. Lucia is doing so badly that St. Lucia's bonds, the market does not have as much confidence that we cannot any longer go for a 4% maximum, but we have to raise the maximum by almost double. And we must, you see, the problem I have, Madam President, is that the Labour Party government believes in its own rhetoric. It believes so much in its own Kool-Aid that when they go now and they meet serious business people and they have to talk to people about how are we investing, and people say, well, we do not have appetite for your debt, so to now lure people in, we have had to almost double the rate that we pay for interest. That's what that means. So when you go to the market, you can't give them your own speech. You can't give them your own Kool-Aid. The market will say to you, look, your debt to GDP ratio is high. Your debt to GDP ratio is recorded in the Economic and Social Review at 73%, 72.9. 72.9 is, now, I love when they like to talk about debt to GDP ratios, Madam President, because you know what? When you look at what has happened during COVID, and you know, if people who come to the House and want to have a serious discussion about the finances of the country, and you want to use COVID, and you want to say that COVID, 2019, I'm very happy to go to that graph. Turn to page 129 of the Economic and Social Review, and you will see that the debt to GDP ratio outside of the COVID years never ever under our government expanded beyond 65% of debt to GDP ratio. Never. Page 129. Page 129 of the Economic and Social Review. Pick up your copy. Page 129. Never exceeded. Total public sector outstanding liabilities. And I show you there have been, it captures from 2013 to 2023 most beautifully, Madam President. And in that time, you would have had three ministers of finance governing the affairs of the country. One would be Kenny Anthony, the other one would be Alan Shastney, and now Honorable Philip J. Pear. Madam President, look at 2013. It was 62% debt to GDP. 2014, it was 60.7%. 2015, it was 61.5% debt to GDP ratio. 2016, 60.9% ratio. And the leader of government business says the Labour Party is in government. No problem. Let's see what happened on the UWP. 2017, 58.9%. So it went down, Madam President. 2015, 2018, it went down to 59.4%. Wow, the UWP must have been doing something great. 2 successive years of debt below prudential limits.
That's right.
Now, prudential limits is usually 60%. They say, Madam President, only in exceptional circumstances should a country's debt be above 60%. 2019, Madam President, 60.4%. So you mean to tell me that Alan Shastney did such a remarkable job, 58.9%, 59.4%, below prudential limits. What an astute management of the country is that? So don't come and take your Madi Prete arguments to the House. Use the facts. Now, Madam President, I did say that if there are exceptional circumstances, countries are going to have pandemics, they're going to have natural disasters, they're going to have financial crises, as we saw in 2008. You will have exogenous shocks, is what the IMF, the World Bank, that's what they say. Small, vulnerable countries are vulnerable to pandemics. They're vulnerable. So in 2020, of course, everybody in the world borrowed. Everybody. The IMF said to countries that developing countries ought to borrow so that they can get through that period. So to go through the COVID years, when you lose 20% of your GDP, does not mean that you are running the country in a bad state. Now, Madam President, what is important on the Economic and Social Review is that outside, even though Alan Shastney had COVID, when you look at the new debt that this government, he had COVID to deal with, and the St. Lucia Labour Party government is the new COVID, because y'all are wrecking this economy. Now here is how you've wrecked this economy.
Pandemic.
In the COVID years 2019, 2021, the highest the Minister of Finance, Alan Shastney, has ever borrowed is $356 million. The last year, is the highest we have had by any Minister of Finance, borrowing $388.8 million. This is more than Shastney to do that. This is more than Shastney in COVID. This is more than any government in the last 15, 20 years. Borrowed in one calendar year by this St. Lucia Labour Party administration. That is what you have done. The debt, Madam President, has gone up significantly in the last 2 years. It has gone up by 9% and 7%, and a total of over 16%, Madam President. Debt has increased in this country. So while the leader of government business has tried this morning to make a distinction between debt that is being rolled over, fine, every government rolls over debt. When you borrow and when we come in, we're going to have to roll over your borrowing. So, Madam President, when the government now, you look at the analysis from the experts that are not politicians trying to mislead the country, what we do see is reality of the country. So now, we've increased debt in this country by 16%. But what I'm most concerned about is the debt servicing, which is at $331 million. And that $331 million means, Madam President, that we've got to find that every single year. Debt after salaries is the biggest expense we've got in the expenses of this country. And so this is unsustainable, and it is an unsustainable path of increase and growth. Debt has increased last year faster than the economic growth of the country, and we've got to do something about it. Madam President, the Economic and Social Review says this about debt held in bonds. This motion is dealing with bonds. It says that it represented the second largest share of 37.7%, growing by 11.8% in the last calendar year. That's in 2023 over 2022. Now, why is this a problem? It's a problem because not only are bonds short-term instruments, a debt versus a loan from the Caribbean Development Bank. If you take bonds, bonds are usually from 1 to 8 years. From an IFI, an institution like the CDB or the World Bank, Madam President, you would have a longer term, which means that government's cash flow would be in a much better position because the loan is a longer term loan and government doesn't have to meet the obligation at such a very short space of time. When you have bonds representing such a significant part of your loan portfolios or your borrowing portfolios, you have a problem in your country. And so one of the reasons why St. Lucia has got a very high debt servicing is the fact, Madam President, that we have a very high stock of debt should be bonds, a very high stock of bonds and treasury bills and treasury notes in our portfolio of borrowing. Madam President, treasury bills decreased by 24.7%. That's going in a good direction to $332.3 million in keeping with the management debt strategy. So while treasury bills declined, we see bonds are going up. Now they're both debt, Madam President, that will come from the market. The market demands a much higher interest rate than your CDBs or the World Bank or the Kuwaiti Fund or any of the bilateral loans that we would get from the Exim Bank of the People's Republic, not the People's, but the Republic of China, Taiwan. So, Madam President, it is very, very crucial that we reduce the amount of loans that we're taking in bonds. And what we see, the assessment is that the largest share of 37.7% growing by 11.8. It means, Madam President, that under Philip J. Pierre, the market-driven debt of the country is going in the wrong direction. Madam President, a slight decline in debt on the RGSS, which is the Regional Government Securities Exchange, fell by 0.9%, and that could be found on page 65 of the Economic and Social Review. Madam President, the stock of non-RGSM debt, which is the debt that comes from the regional government securities market, bonds and treasury notes and bills, increased by 3.9% to $193.7 million. Again, Madam President, going in the wrong direction because a good bit of these bonds, which the government is asking Parliament to approve, will come from the RGSM. They do normally, Madam President, represent one of the largest sources of bonds for St. Lucia and other Caribbean countries. The reason why, Madam President, is that the risk profile of our countries are seen as very, very high. And so, regardless of what the Labour Party administration says, that they are so great and they are managing the economy well, we're seeing debt increasing, we're seeing debt servicing increasing, we're seeing interest rates going higher, we're seeing market-driven debt, which is expensive money to borrow. Very expensive debt is when you go and you do bonds and treasury bills. We're seeing that that's also increasing, and that's not good for the overall debt servicing of the country. We are in deep trouble when it comes to this. So, Madam President, I do speak to bankers from time to time. And the reason why you find that a lot of the debt on the RGSM, the Regional Government Securities Exchange, dominates the debt portfolio of our country, and you don't find a lot of debt coming from international market sources, is because those investors in those markets they have found St. Lucia fiscal situation to be very, very high. It means, Madam President, that if your fiscal situation is at 72.9% of your debt to GDP ratio, you have an overall balance, overall deficit of below $100 million, of above $100 million, not a primary balance, but an overall balance, which is the quintessential measurement. It means, therefore, that investors are not going to have confidence in you. If you are a lender, if I break this down to you, Mr. President, and if, for example, your income to your debt is at 72.9, most banks in St. Lucia will say no to you. Most banks in St. Lucia wants you, the personal individual, to be at 40%. If you have a higher income to debt ratio, the bank is usually going to see that there's a higher risk and a less likely a chance of you paying them back. Hence, we see the higher interest rate that we're seeing today at 7.5% at a maximum. This is not a very good development in our country. Now, Mr. President, sorry about that, on interest payments continue to trend upwards, accelerating by 17.4% to a high of $210 million, Mr. President. That's just in interest, $210 million increase in interest. That's not what we pay. It is much higher. It's actually over $1 billion in interest that we pay. But if we look at, Mr. President, just the increase for last year, it's increased by $210.8 million. And if you come now with a bond and you are floating and you're saying you're willing to pay a maximum interest of 17.5%, it means that this figure is going to go much higher. And these are some of the real challenges that we face as a country as we look to finance various aspects of our budget. Mr. President, we look at the weighted average cost of debt. It increased by 13 basis points, increased interest rates, and in the increased stock of debt were the leading contributors to this weighted average cost of debt, Mr. President. So we see not only is the interest rates going higher by 17.4%, but the weighted average cost of debt is also gone higher. Mr. President, there's a table on page 70 of the last Economic and Social Review, and it says that we went from 5.03 in 2023, the highest since 2020, but the second highest since 2019, because in that graph, the table, it shows 4 years, and it shows that the weighted average cost of our debt climbing and going in the wrong direction. So we've got some real concerns to deal with if we're going to overcome this hurdle of high debt, which really has befallen every administration since the late 2000s, really. Our debt has been going in the wrong direction, and we have not had commensurate economic growth so that we can pick up more taxes and to pay down on these debts so that we can strategically deal with that in a very strategic and impactful manner, regardless of what the St. Lucia Labour Party administration says. It is making the debt situation in the country worse, and there is no real application of borrowing or no real application of instituting a strategic management of the debt situation in the country. What we're seeing is more talk than the application of strategic interventions that need to happen in the advancement of the debt. Mr. President, we see the average time of maturity decrease from 6.1 years at the end of December 2022 to 5.8 years at the end of December 2023. Why is that important? If it is that the time of maturity averaged in 2022 6.1, but then it fell to 5.8 in 2023. It tells you that the government has less time to repay that debt. Now, if the government has less time to repay that debt, this is way below its target of 8 years that should be for bonds. So they've said, look, our target for bonds, based on the government's own debt management strategy, is 8 years. But because it has now fallen from 5.8 years in 2022, and it has now declined to 6.1, it means, from 6.1 in 2022 and 5.8 in 2023. It means that government has less time to repay this debt, and it has a big implication on the cash flow of government. So if the investors are calling in the bonds at a shorter time, rather than seeing the length of bonds going up to 8 years, so that government can really have this space to breathe, this comfort that is required, so that you can then have time to repay this debt. It's not a strain. You don't have to squeeze your population. You don't have to make choices between which public service or which social service are you going to cut, which economic investment are you going to withhold from your community. This really then puts the management of the country's finances in a very, very, very difficult situation. So, Mr. President, when you take a deep dive and you look at the reality of the situation, you will see why on this side we are not big supporters of bond financing. We're not supporters of big bond financing because the interest rates are usually very high, the time is that much shorter, and it has historically put a drag on the cash flow of governments over the years. Mr. President, another risk is the percentage of central government debt maturing in 1 year. That increased, Mr. President, to 21.7%. 21.7% we have had in terms of the increases of the stock of central government debt increasing by 1 year at the end of 2023. And that was from 15% in 2022. So we see a big climb, Mr. President, in a lot of short-term instruments that went for as short as 1 year, an increase of 21%. This must be, if you're an accountant, you wouldn't want to see this kind of scenario playing out, because this is going to have a massive implication on your cash flow, to see that the amount of government debt maturing in 1 year increasing to 21.7%. Mr. President, I felt sorry for the leader of government business as he spoke, because he said something that was very disturbing today. And he said that the primary surplus means that you don't have to borrow to service your debt. Before I go any further, I'll allow him to clarify. Beg your pardon? Interest what? No. A primary surplus, Mr. President, is when you look at your operating expenses, your operating income, and the difference is if your operating income is more than your operating expenses, then you have a primary surplus. However, this is minus your debt servicing. And the debt servicing, when the debt servicing is applied to your overall revenue, then you see that you have an overall deficit, which is what obtains in the Economic and Social Review for the year 2023-2024. Mr. President, in the overall deficit, which is the most important figure, you know, when people shoot about primary surpluses, you're fooling people. You want to use the word surplus, but you're using the word surplus to create a certain illusion in the atmosphere. But the real issue and the reality is that the country is in the red by $111,004,997. That is the reality. The overall deficit is over $100 million. And that is the reality. It's encouraging that...
Senator Bede, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's encouraging that there is, you have an operating expense minus your debt, but debt servicing has been a drag on our ability to be able to catapult our country forward, to be able to invest in education and make very, very big advancements in healthcare and drive our economy and reduce poverty, and to make sure that the infrastructure of our country is upgraded to a level where our people are going to be proud, and so that productivity can increase, so that we can increase the convenience of our residents all over in all communities. That's been the drag, because it is the second most exorbitant expense that we have, and we've had for a very, very, very long time, which is dragging us. So for me, I don't gloat about primary surpluses. We've had primary surpluses, but that's only, we've had primary surpluses. I don't know why I even bother to argue with you. Anyways, so Mr. President, the primary surplus gives you a sense of comfort. And you try to say, oh boy, I'm doing so well. But really and truly, you are in the red. Really and truly, you haven't balanced the budget. Really and truly, you are making less than you have. Mr. President, for every dollar our country makes, when we look at the debt stock of the country, the debt stock of the country is nearing $5 billion. It's at $4.8 billion. That's it. Every dollar we make in St. Lucia, we are 72.9 cents in debt in this country. And so the debt situation is a very serious one that we can't play politics with, that we can't come and make these announcements. You crucify, for example, you crucify Alan Chasney for borrowing in the COVID years, but yet in 1 year you borrowed more than any of the years that he borrowed in COVID. That tells me that you are not serious about bringing down the debt, because the debt went, instead of going this way, it went this way for the last 2 years. And it has raised by as much as 16% in this country. So for me, we are presiding over a very, very, very sad situation. And we have a debt crisis in this country that we must overcome. And I see that the members on the government side are acting very surprised. Mr. President, I don't think that they have taken the time to study where we're at. If they had taken the time, Mr. President, they would not be alarmed by the figures that we're quoting today. We came here well prepared for this debate, and we came here ready not to treat this as just it was some kind of routine presentation, but that if you're coming and you're planning for the year and you're about to say to the country that you would like to take $64 million in bonds, I could be corrected. What's the motion? What's the total number? 60 odd in bonds, 60 million odd in bonds. 64 million. It means that you're coming and asking for a significant amount of money, and this is expensive money. This is not like you're borrowing or planning to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank, where the interest rates are concessionary. You're proposing a maximum interest rate of 7.5%. This is a very, very serious development. Mr. President, I do not support this motion. I can't support this motion in any good conscience, based on all of the information that are provided from the Economic and Social Review and other sources that have been submitted here today. I want to thank you very much, Mr. President, for your indulgence.
Senator Jean?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. I rise in support of the motion to authorize the Minister of Finance to raise bonds by the issuance of 64.1 million EC dollars in new bonds and the reissuance of 477.3 million in fixed rate notes and bonds through the regional government securities market and private placements at a maximum of 7.5%. Mr. Deputy President, the first question I will ask and seek to respond to, I will ask my own question and I'll respond to it, is how does a government finance a budget? Because the people of St. Lucia ought to know how things are done, how finances are managed by a government, not by flashing figures, and almost trying to baffle the heads of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Deputy President, a government finances a budget through taxes that it imposes on its people, through bonds, treasury bills, and notes, and through loans. And in the case of loans, it is to finance the government's deficits. Well, it finances it through grants as well, and grants are free money. Thank you very much, my fellow senator. But I left out grants in order to equate it to instruments that attract interest. This year, Mr. Deputy President, in the Prime Minister's budget address, he announced several initiatives that will benefit the people of St. Lucia, including infrastructural, social, and economic development. We're seeing benefits to the people of St. Lucia in healthcare, in crime and security, in education, housing, tourism, youth development, sports, public officers, retirees, farmers, fishers. Mr. Deputy President, at page 74 of the Prime Minister's budget address, it highlights that the net financing requirement of the government is $243,813,204 of external borrowing, quite transparent, and treasury bills and bonds, $64,065,945 million dollars. So, Mr. Deputy President, it is worthy of note that within the budget of 2024-25, there is no imposition of taxes to the people of St. Lucia. And therefore, Mr. Deputy President, it is unreasonable to believe that a government that will provide benefits to the people and who will not impose any taxes on the people will not have to take loans. That does not make sense. It is
Minister-
unreasonable.
Mr. President,
to believe.
I stand on the point of order.
Mr. Fit,
Yeah.
let me acknowledge you first. Remember the process. So, Senator Fit, yes, what's your point of order?
Yeah, Mr. President, the member is misleading the House, and so is the Prime Minister's budget speech. The economic and social review is quite clear that while if you're saying that you're not imposing new taxes, it means that your taxes are staying stagnant. But while you may not be saying that you're putting on a new levy or a new tax, you certainly are, clearly outlined in the economic and social review. Excise tax, you have not passed on the savings to individuals. So what you have done is that you have kept the savings, and it says here that there is a doubling of the excise tax. So there's 119 million in new excise tax on people who are buying gas, petroleum, LPG gas, and all of those things. So slight correction, that's very misleading.
Senator Shah, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. You know, sometimes you just... Mr. Deputy President, in the Prime Minister's budget address, there are no new taxes to the people. Full stop. Sa vle di, mam set li si pa kay ni piyes tax nef pou yo peye al ane sa la. Ki manye nou sa di sa an dan lot manye, Mr. Deputy President? Yo sa kopon, la pa ni piyes tax nef an di dan budget la. So there is no alternative, or very few alternatives, to raise financing of the budget. But the people of St. Lucia will feel when the pensioners will get their increase, when civil servants will be able to take loans at 100% financing, when they will be able to get relief for legal fees and stamp duty to build their houses, when they're currently not paying VAT on construction materials, when they will be able to go to health facilities over the country, and 80-year-olds will be able to get their medication and other services. When our pregnant mothers will be able to get free ultrasound and blood tests to ensure that the fetus that is growing in their system, in their belly, is healthy, so that when that baby is born, we have wholesome children in our society. These are the things that the people of St. Lucia are going to benefit from. When our children who have gone to early childhood centers are going to get improved facilities and resources, that is what the people of St. Lucia will feel, and they will be pleased with what this government is doing. Not just flashing figures and flashing figures. Mr. President, people are benefiting from a stable economy. We're not waking up in the morning and hearing Roro here, Roro there, who arrested here, who did that. There is more tranquility in our country, and we have an attraction. St. Lucia is now attractive to investment. So when we want to come and brandish, you know, all kinds of things, we're seeing a country now that is back on its feet, and we now ready to take off. like a rocket. So, Mr. Deputy President, we have to consider that a government operates as a continuum. We're looking at debt today as if Honorable Philip J. Pierre come and plant debt today. But this current administration has to pay the debt that was created from before. It's a continuum. It's a process. We didn't just come and jump on the debt. So when there was irresponsible borrowing, yes, and we want to put it on COVID and COVID and COVID and COVID and COVID, and I don't mind if it was placed on COVID and used for COVID. And that is what the people of St. Lucia are unhappy with. Because people of St. Lucia understand that a government must borrow. But when a government borrows, Mr. President, and they're not feeling it, they're not seeing it, yo katan tule madi, yo te kapwete, kola han sala. That is what the people of St. Lucia rejected. On July 26, 2021, the people of St. Lucia rejected that. Because it's like saying, my parents, I seen my parents have money. And my parents doing everything else with the money except feeding me. No child would want to see that. So you take a vini la ka pwete, tous les mardis ou leve, yo ka pwete, yo andi de kaisa, yo ka pwete, ek yo ka di IMF di, bill, and hold the receipts. But the people in COVID there, taxi drivers cannot work, pièces on pas venir payer, airports closed. Minibus drivers cannot work, schools closed, most offices closed. Hotel workers cannot work, la pani tourists, yo voye yo lakayo. People were suffering, and yet still, they had their masks in the house here, come in and borrow money. Tout moun ni masque le yo, me yo ka vini pwete la han, IMF di bill. And so the people of St. Lucia did not see the benefit of that borrowing and rejected it on July 26, 2021. We have to look at the difference in borrowing now to finance a budget that has initiatives in it for every single sector of our economy. Fishermen get their rebate. Farmers can hen la han pou bwet, se bwet la yo pate niya. And look, on Tuesday, I heard the Prime Minister say that they will double the amount to put towards the farmers. So how are we expected to get all these benefits for ourselves and do not go out to raise debt? It has to come from somewhere, unless you have a basket.
A lockbox.
Well, kose lockbox la? Have we found the keys to the lockbox? They had lockbox by sea, lockbox by blah. I heard talk of a sinking fund. What is this? Where is this? When there was even an aversion to monies going into the contingency fund. So, Mr. Deputy President, The government must, based on the situation that we have before us, borrow money. And the borrowing can come from loans, bonds, treasury bills, and notes. Now I want to address the matter, Mr. Deputy President, of the 7.5% interest rate. Because we must not be devious, Mr. Deputy President. We must present facts. We must present the truth. Not the truth as you want the truth to be, or you believe the truth to be, but the truth. Mr. Deputy President, this clause of the interest rate at a maximum of 7.5% is not new. This is standard. Because raising bonds, treasury notes, treasury bills are done at an auction. So you go out and you give your agent a maximum limit.
Mr. President, I rise in the point of order. I'm very sorry to interrupt the Senator's presentation. Sorry.
Thank you. What is the point of order?
Yeah. So the Senator is misleading the House by suggesting that this is standard. Mr. President, I posit again that going at 7.5% maximum is way above what has been normal. You've been here for 2 or 3 years, and the maximum has been pegged at 4%. And so what we have been seeing is an increase in the interest rate, and I think it must be registered in the House properly.
Well, I think you jumped the gun a little bit. Let the Senator finish the point she was making, and we can see. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. The member is misleading the House. What has the actual rate that you receive is different to the maximum rate. And the maximum rate is given because bonds are raised at an auction. So you provide your agent with the maximum so that he or she knows that you would not accept bonds being sold any higher than that maximum rate. It is different, and I'm happy he's raising that, it is different to the rate that you actually close the auction at. It's similar to the Chinese auction and the different auctions that you go everywhere. You start off by saying $10, $20, $30, $100, but the auctioneer, your agents would know when to stop. And Mr. Deputy President, I want to present to you the weighted average interest rates by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank statistics, and I can make it a document of the House. Mr. Deputy President, I'll just give you a few of them because there are many categories of treasury bills, bonds, and notes. There is the 91-day treasury bill, the 180-day treasury bill. There is the 365-day treasury bill. There is the 1.25-year bonds. There is the 2-year bonds, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15-year bonds. There are different categories of bonds. And it depends on the period. Your period usually coincides with the interest rate that it attracts. Your lower year instruments, you listen, because I don't think you know about bonds and treasury bills, Mr. Deputy President.
Hello.
Please.
Address the chair, please.
Yes, thank you. But Mr. Deputy President, I would like the member on the other side to sit quietly and listen. because I believe he needs a little more learning on bonds and treasury bills. Yes, I will tell you, Mr. Deputy President, your lower term instruments usually attract a lower interest rate. Because, Mr. Deputy President, if I have my money and I wish to invest that money only for 1 year, I am willing to give up that money for only 1 year. So the person who I am going to lend it to would not want to give me the world for that money. They will give it to me at a lower interest rate than one who is willing to give up their money for a longer period of time. Mr. President, this is financing 101. If you do a little course at Sir Arthur in finance, that's one of the first things they teach you. The greater the risk, the greater the return. It means that the longer period of time that you give up your money, you're exposing yourself to greater risk. And as a result, you expect to get a greater return on your money. It is as simple as this. Learn the maxim. The greater the risk, the greater the return. So, Mr. Deputy President, ça vle di en créole. Si ou ni la hon, et ou vle prêter gouvernement la hon, si gouvernement vle chen la hon, pour pli passe yo l'année, yo kay supposé payer yo pli passe si ou kite pour yo l'année. That's simple. Huh? I give you, I lend you $100. I tell you, you can hold it for 1 year. When you bring it back, bring back $10 more, which is 10% interest. But if I give it to you for 2 years, then I expect to get more interest for it. It is as simple as that. So we must not attempt to deceive the people of St. Lucia by making them believe that this is the actual interest rate that the government is going to borrow at. So let's go with the figures, Mr. Deputy President. It is in the Social and Economic Review. Look at it. We're talking about 7.5% maximum. But over the years, Mr. Deputy President, from 2019 to 2023, our treasury bills have attracted a weighted average cost of 2019, 3.66%, 2020, 3.7%, 2021, 3.77%, 2022, 3.85%, and 2023, 3.45%. None reach 4% of treasury bills. Bonds, Mr. Deputy President, and as I highlighted before, our bonds stand at 2 years up to 15 years. So since it's the weighted average cost, your longer term bonds would attract higher interest. But I can break it down even further. The 15-year bonds, well, they have not been 15-year bonds, but the 10-year bonds for St. Lucia, Mr. Deputy President, attracted an interest rate in 2018 of 7.25%. 2018, listen to the years carefully. In 2018, 7.25% for 10-year bonds. Who got their bonds at that price? Who raised bonds? Which administration raised bonds at that interest rate in 2018. In 2022, 10-year bond was 7.21%, and wait for it, in 2023 went to 6.99%. Tell me, this is the highest bond rate that we have ever had. Okay? So the 7.5% that we are making people believe never ever existed from 2019 up to now. Mr. Deputy President, I can go down to the lower instruments, but it does not really make much sense to even bring it up, because the point is made that although there is a maximum bond rate, interest rate of 7.5%, in the last 5 years, we have never reached that maximum level. When I compare that, Mr. Deputy President, with the weighted average interest rates on the RGSM, the Regional Government Securities Market, the highest bond rate for all the Eastern Caribbean, the countries that are in the Eastern Caribbean Securities Market, the highest rate is the 7.25%. Okay? That's the highest rate. So, Mr. Deputy President, I just want to give the people of St. Lucia the assurance, Mr. Deputy President, that this current administration is not a reckless government and would not impose undue harm on the people of St. Lucia by taking high debt on their behalf. In closing, Mr. Deputy President, I just want us to recall the pronouncements of 2020 amid COVID, when the administration at the time was saying to civil servants, we cannot pay you. The country is broke. Remember that? The country is broke. I'll give you bonds instead. Y'all remember that? So, if you do not support bonds now, why were you offering it to the civil servants of our country? You don't support bonds. Bonds pabo. Mais bon pour c'est service civil. Huh? So you would have had the officers downstairs in the Parliament office sitting down with the bonds in their hand. That's what you wanted to offer the civil servants of our country. Today, you don't know about bonds, ou pas vle bonds, ou pas aime bonds. Huh? So bonds were good in 2020 when the people were hungry. When civil servants were uncertain about their plight, they were uncertain that they would have gotten their salaries, you wanted to put paper, a piece of paper in their hand that say, I will give you a bond in lieu of your salary. Go home and put it on your table. Put it on your children's table to eat the paper. Today, you don't support bonds. We must know what we want, and we must always remember the things we said aforetime were written, were said. We have to recall them. It can come back to haunt us, because tips, what we're saying, is being recorded here. And wherever we say it, people are recording it to bring it back to us, to bring it back to haunt us in certain cases. So you, not for bonds. Bonds not good, but it was good for the civil servants in the middle of COVID, when people were dying, their parents were dying, families around them were dying. Every morning you wake up, you're hearing the chief medical officer talking about how many COVID cases we have, how many 20-year-olds and 30 and 40-year-olds have died of COVID, how many 60 and 70-year-olds dying of COVID. But we wanted to put bonds in their pocket, in the civil servants' pocket. And today, you will turn around and say that these bonds are not good and you don't support these bonds. Madam President, Mr. President, sorry. I reiterate my support for the issuance of $64.1 million in new bonds at a maximum rate of 7.5%, because I have the assurance, Mr. Deputy President, that a prudent financial manager in the person of our Minister of Finance would never go beyond that 7.5%. And the reissuance, which is rollover over bonds of previous years and instruments of previous years, would be secured at the very same interest rate, or at the very same maximum interest rate. And I have confidence that we will secure attractive bond rates in order for us to be able to provide all of the splendid benefits to the people of St. Lucia. I thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy, first of all, I want to extend many thanks to Senator Jean, who has saved me a lot of the time and effort that I would have needed to respond appropriately to the opposition's presentation. So I want to say to her big thank you, because she basically did that quite skillfully and quite correctly. So having said so, Mr. Deputy President, I just want to briefly touch on a couple issues. First of all, I noticed Senator Fede was yawning, and I suspect he was at Kingdom Nights. And he's tired, and that means the jazz is jazzing. So ite jazz la, Mr. President, he can't buy it. Things are good. Mr. Deputy President, there was what I saw from the senator before Senator just spoke was a demonstration or an attempt to give us a lecture on economics and bonds and borrowing and debt management. But what it turned out to be was something that was very similar to what they call him, a consultant that was giving feedback on the 2021 elections, having declared his government the winner, until we found out exactly what the 15-2 meant. So, Madam President, really, Mr. Deputy, really what happened there this morning was just a failed attempt by someone who was trying to lecture the Senate about economics and about public debt management, and I think we can all agree that he got a failed grade. Having said that, Mr. Deputy, I just want to, there would be concerns about investment if you're not servicing your debt. That if that was the case, has he not been paying attention to the announcements that we've recently made about GPH and the investments that are happening in this country as we speak? Isn't that a demonstration that is of what is contrary to what his suspicions are? Mr. Deputy President, during his discussion, I know he made reference at some point to the situation being so bad that the government may have to decide which social services or programs it may have to cut. Let me put it to rest that this government that I serve in, Mr. Deputy, will not have and has not have had any issue and to be concerned about social programs that have to be implemented. As a matter of fact, let me remind this chamber that this government has introduced the most social programs that we have seen in the history of this country. And if you think I'm just saying it, Mr. Deputy, let me just quickly run through. This government has removed VAT on building materials. That's social intervention, making it cheaper for people to build. This government has paid facilities fees for all students in secondary schools in this country. All. In fact, for all students of all schools. This government has also paid for CXE, Math and English for all the children of this country. That's a social intervention. And when I'm finished, I want him to do the math and tell me how much it has saved the average family in this country. He's worried about our social programs we have to cut. We're not cutting anything, Mr. Deputy. No Pakakupe social program. We are adding on, and we are introducing more every single year. Mr. Deputy President, this government has introduced a $20 million investment in SMMEs and a $20 million investment in the youth economy for the young people of this country. Mr. Deputy President, Mr. Deputy President, 80 plus, the older senior citizens of this country are getting their medication free. Mr. Deputy President, we are also concerned about the unborn, and you heard it. Free labs and free ultrasound for pregnant women in this country. You're talking about cutting social programs? Mr. Deputy President, I just want to wrap up by saying two things. Of course, don't forget the laptops for the children and the relief that we brought. Oh, by the way, I must mention the relief that we brought our farmers that they tried to run with. The Prime Minister has announced not 500,000 now, he has doubled it to almost $1 million. In relief to the farmers of this country who suffered from a situation that had to do with a private producer of boxes. So relief for the farmers. And we are now bringing them additional fads and fishing devices so that they can be able to get better yield. And putting an ice machine in every one of the fishing facilities for them. Relief. And Mr. Deputy President, while this opposition wants to drag our debate into what it ought not to be, and I've tried to remind this country that this government is not performing, I just want to remind them that we now, according to what was mentioned by my colleague, we have a stable economy. We have stabilized this economy, and we have no scandals in our government, none. In fact, they are trying to introduce scandals. We're hearing about FBI plane. I'm not going down that road, Mr. Deputy. We know what that means. Trying to destroy the reputation of our beautiful country. But I want to remind this opposition, if they have the ambition of leading this country ever again, let them not think that if they destroy it, they will have anything to manage. If they continue along the lines that they are, if they had their way, Mr. Deputy, in spite of all of these programs that we are introducing, if they had their way, there would be no St. Lucia to manage when they're finished with it. So, Mr. Deputy, I want to remind again this chamber that the motions today that we have brought, both of them, have had to do with, first of all, VAT exemption, bringing in equipment for World Cup, investing in the people, investing in a world event. And this one, as we have heard, Mr. Deputy, is to reissue bonds on the regional securities market and also issuing new bonds to raise money to implement some of the projects that I mentioned there and to continue to give the people of this country the good governance that they deserve. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise bonds by A, the issuance of EC 64.1 million in new bonds at a maximum rate of 7.5%. B, the issuance of EC 477.3 million in fixed rate notes and bonds through the regional government's securities market and private placements at a maximum rate of 7.5%. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 65(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, that a guarantee involving a financial liability is not binding on the government unless the Minister of Finance grants the guarantee in accordance with an enactment or with a prior approval of Parliament by a resolution of Parliament. Whereas it is further provided under Section 69(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, that any obligation arising from a guarantee given in accordance with this section is a debt charge, and all debt charges for the government is liable shall be charged and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas Parliament approved the guarantee of a loan in the amount of EC 80 million, the loan from the First National Bank, St. Lucia Limited, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the financing of a youth and sports infrastructure program under the Public Finance Management Act. Resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority to finance a youth and sports infrastructure program, published as a statutory instrument number 41 of 2024. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee an amount of EC 80 million, the loan, from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica. The banks, that is, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with the youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. And whereas the loan is repayable by the National Lotteries Authority in 15 years in biannual payments of $571,993.78, inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. And whereas it is a condition of the loan agreement between the banks and the National Lotteries Authority that in the event of default by the National Lotteries Authority, the government guarantees repayment of the loan. And whereas the terms and conditions of the guarantee are that A, the National Lotteries Authority repays the loan in accordance with the loan agreement and in the event of mint, and B, the guarantee continues in full force and effect while the loan remains unpaid, including during the period of the loan, that is in 15 years, commencing from the date of the signing of the loan agreement. And whereas the guarantee sets out the provisions applicable to A, taxes, B, representations and warranties, C, procedures for amendments or modifications of the guarantee, D, severability. Be it resolved that Parliament revokes the Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority from the First National Bank, St. Lucia Limited, to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program published as statutory instrument number 41 of 2024. Be it further resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of 80 million EC from the First National Bank, St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica, the banks, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with youth and sports infrastructure programs, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable by the National Lotteries Authority in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of the interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the loan, the term of the loan. Be it further resolved that it is a condition of the loan agreement between the banks and the National Lotteries Authority that in the event of default by the National Lotteries Authority, the government guarantees repayment of the loan. Be it further resolved that the terms and conditions of the guarantee are that A, the National Lotteries Authority repays the loan in accordance with the loan agreement, and in the event of default, on demand, the loan is immediately repayable by the government, and B, the guarantee continues in full force and effect while the loan remains unpaid, including during the period of the loan, that is, in 15 years, commencing from the date of the signing of the loan agreement. Be it further resolved, the guarantee sets out the provisions applicable to A, taxes, B, representations and warranties, C, procedures for amendments or modifications of the guarantee, and D, severability. Mr. Deputy, as is customary, I wish to provide some additional information on this. Mr. Deputy President, from the information that I just presented in presenting or reading the motion, quite a lot of detail would have been provided, but I want to provide further explanation, particularly to distinguish between the previous resolution that we brought here to get this loan guarantee from the First National Bank of St. Lucia, as opposed to what we are here to do today, which is clearly to explain or to get 2 additional banks to participate in the borrowing or the guarantee. Now, Mr. Deputy President, knowing well how this opposition operates and their tendency to try to misrepresent what the government is doing, I wanted to ensure that we explain quite clearly that this loan is not an additional loan. It is the same loan that we came here to negotiate, the same 80 million, that they jumped to it in the last motion before we even got here. And that loan is for the same purpose that was explained. So, Mr. Deputy President, this loan is to be repaid by the National Lotteries Authority, and the government is providing a guarantee should the National Authority default. Mr. Deputy President, we know that the National Lotteries Authority, its history in terms of being able to honor its commitments is very clear in this country. It used to be Lotto. Now, the National Lotteries Authority has taken loans before. We have hosted World Cup events before. We have hosted other international events. The National Lotteries Authority has engaged in other activities where it was necessary to borrow money. And they have always been able to pay back their loans. They have always been able to service it. However, it is a requirement that if they are going to borrow, the government should guarantee. And therefore, I want to make it clear, Mr. Deputy President, that we are not coming here today to borrow another $80 million. We are coming here because there are 2 other banks in the region, the First National Bank of Dominica and the Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, who have indicated an interest in participating in the borrowing. That means instead of going to only First National Bank of St. Lucia, we are getting that loan that is what we call a consortium of banks coming together to provide that loan. Monsieur Deputy President, je veux dire ça à Créole. Opposition yon mes, chaque le nou vin ici, yo ka essayer di bagay qui passe à nous vin faire. Je veux dire tout le monde qui ka coûté, nous viens ici à Jodia, nous pas venir prêter l'argent neuf. Ça c'est une résolution nous t'es a passé avant. Côté gouvernement, t'es qu'à prêter 80 millions de dollars, qu'a sorti en ça nous a créé First National Bank, Banque Nationale Saint-Lucie, pour bâtir les affaires sport et puis préparer pour ça nous a créé Cricket World Cup, Cricket Cavini Saint-Lucie. Aujourd'hui nous vivons, nous pas qu'à prêter l'argent neuf, nous avons dit, à part des banques Lucia tout seul, l'année de les autres banques qui sont intéressées à prêter l'argent, ils ne peuvent pas quitter tout l'argent à prêter qu'à sortir une banque. Une banque sortie la Grenade, ils ont créé Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, et puis une banque qui est Dominique, ils ont créé First National Bank Dominica. Mr. Deputy President, I wanted to make that clarification very, very early, lest there is an attempt to mislead. Mr. Deputy President, I also want to mention that the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground that will be hosting this World Cup event has had to be upgraded for a while. The last time that ground was upgraded was in 2007. So it means that there would have had to be a need for us to do some major work. And the opportunities here that with an international event, we will not only upgrade that particular ground, because it's not only international cricket that will cause us to take care of our facilities, like we did when we maintained all of our playing fields, but we have decided that we are going to profit the opportunity and also maintain other grounds in this country and also do improvement works on other facilities, sporting facilities around this country. And so, Mr. Deputy President, may I just give, by way of example, some of these upgrades. Aside from that, we will also be upgrading the parking facility at Bosiju, which is the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, as well as the technological capability of the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And I think we will understand why, Mr. Deputy, with a World Cup, you have to make sure that all of your digital space and your technological your equipment and everything is up to standard, because you're broadcasting to the world. But, Mr. Deputy President, not only are we going to work on the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, the Mindo Philip Park, and the Grosile practice facility, we are also going to provide assistance to other sporting facilities around this country, including the SAB facility, which we used to call the VG playing field, the Leclerc playing field, the WEN facility in Monrepo, that's my neighbor, and I know Honorable Norbert is very excited about that. That's in Miku North. The Soufre multipurpose court in Zeno. I know we have a former representative from Soufre in the Senate, and I'm sure he will welcome any work that is going to be done in the constituency of Soufre, for Saint-Jacques. Mr. Deputy, in Grass Street, in Central Castries, there will be some work done on the court. The crossover park in Labrie, you know, that's where I scored my first half century as an under-19 cricketer. Never forget that ground. You hit the ball, Mr. Deputy, when you hit a boundary, it goes into the drain, it gets soft. So as a batsman, you love to hit boundaries, because every time the ball goes into the drain, it gets soft and it swings less, so you score more runs. But we are going to upgrade that facility. So hopefully the ball will not go into the cemetery and in the drain when the new players, the younger players are using it now. The Bellevue playing field, Mr. Deputy, I know Senator Toussaint will be happy to hear that the Bellevue playing field in Beaufort North will be getting some attention. The Grand Riviere Grosile playing field, another playing field in the vicinity of the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. These are among facilities that are going to get some level of work and improvement. And there are others, but I just use these as examples. Mr. Deputy President, in terms of the conditions of this motion, the conditions remain the same. As far as the interest rate, the repayment period, the installments, all of these remain the same. The only difference is that we are going to be borrowing from a consortium of 3 banks. So, Mr. Deputy President, why is it that this is happening? Again, the opposition has a tendency of raising suspicion about everything, even things that are obvious and logical. Why 3 banks and not the original First National? Clearly, there is always a level of risk when you borrow. So if a bank is going to lend you money, there's risk. And so there are other banks who are saying, listen, we know there's always risk, but we are prepared to be part of the risk. I don't know why they tap. When they tap, Mr. Deputy, you know they're up to something. If other banks are saying, listen, I know that there's money to be, you know, we're liquid and we want money to be loaned out for Cricket World Cup and so on in St. Lucia. We are confident that the National Lotteries Authority is capable. We look at their record of paying loans. They are capable of paying loans, so they want to lend us money. Mr. Deputy President, les banques veulent ba ou l'argent. C'est plus yo ça vous ça payer. Si yo quoi ou pas ça payer, yo pas ba ou l'argent. So if Grenada and Dominica have banks who have the confidence that they can put their money in the hands of the authority, the National Lotteries Authority of St. Lucia, to give us these loans, it tells you something about the level of confidence and the level of assurance that they have in the ability of the National Lotteries Authority in St. Lucia to be able to service their loans. So I don't know what they were tapping the table for. Mr. Deputy President, there is history that suggests that the National Lotteries Authority has presided over, our government has presided over the National Lotteries Authority before. And the reputation of the authority has been kept intact. And so it is very clear, Mr. Deputy President, that this investment is not only for Darren Sammy, but an investment in securing the quality and improving the quality of our sporting facilities for the future generation of the people of Choiseul, the people of Soufrière, the people of Micoud, the people of Dennery, the people of Gros-Islet, the people of Anslary, the people of Castries, and around this country. And I note that opposition constituencies will be benefiting from this investment as well. They will be benefiting, unlike what happened before. And so I am very confident that this investment is secure, that the National Lotteries Authority will be able to pay this loan as they have done before, and the confidence that the Grenada Cooperative Bank and the Dominica National Bank, First National Bank, along with the First National Bank of St. Lucia, have decided that they want to participate in this, and they are not afraid of any associated risk, that it tells you about the confidence of financial institutions in this government and in what happens in this country. And with that said, Mr. Deputy President, I put this to this chamber for its approval so that we can have a very successful World Cup and that we can continue to upgrade the sporting facilities around this country for the young people of our country. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Senators, the question is that Parliament revokes the Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority from the First National Bank St. Lucia Limited to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program published as statutory instrument number 41 of 2024. Be it further resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of $80 million from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica, the banks, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable by the National Lotteries Authority in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78, inclusive of interest, at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Be it further resolved that it is a condition of the loan agreement between the banks and the National Lotteries Authority that in the event of default by the National Lotteries Authority, the government guarantees the repayment of the loan. Be it further resolved that the terms and conditions of the guarantee are that A, the National Lotteries Authority repays the loan in accordance with the loan agreement, and in default and on demand, the loan is immediately repayable by the government, and B, the guarantee continues in force and effect while the loan remains unpaid, including during the term of the period of the loan, that is 15 years, commencing from the date of the signing of the loan agreement. Be it further resolved, the guarantee sets out the provisions applicable to A, taxes, B, representations and warranties, C, procedures for amendments and modifications of the guarantee, and D, severability. Senator Stanislas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, sorry. I rise to briefly add my voice to this motion as presented by the leader of government business, coming to this honorable House, requesting the Senate's approval in revoking this first resolution, which was passed a few weeks ago, into this new one with a syndicate number of banks to finance the sports infrastructure program of the government. Clearly, from where I stand and I sit, Mr. Deputy President, I see the First National Bank of St. Lucia re-examining the interest in financing this loan of $80 million as high risk. And the leader of government business was very quick to say that it was not, they didn't see it as a risky deal, a risky business, and that other banks in the region called to share the risk with First National Bank, St. Lucia, which I doubt very, very much that the bank in Grenada and Dominica would on their own call First National and ask to share the risk with this $80 million loan, Mr. Vice President. I doubt very much. It is very clear that First National have gone back to the drawing board and they've seen that this is a risky business that they are entering with National Lotteries Authority. They've understood that the NLA, Mr. Vice President, does not have the capacity to undertake this investment, this project, this program. And I would have thought that the leader of government business would have provided us with more information, would have been more forthright. He would not allow us to continue to speculate this morning, Mr. Vice President. Welcome back, Madam President. Madam President, I would have thought that the leader of government business would have come here and give us a breakdown as to the costing of the repairs, the rehabilitation of the three major facilities this morning. Coming back with this new resolution, it was a concern we had at the previous one. I thought he would have come back and share this information with us, Madam President. I thought the leader of government business would have told us, given us information as to the procurement measures put in place to procure the materials, to procure contractors and so on for the works to be done. But we are still left in the dark. We are still left to speculate, Madam President.
Who are the contractors?
You know, who are the contractors? What is the scope of works, Madam President? Nothing. We are just speculating, Madam President, as to what is going on. How long again for the works to be completed? So many concerns, Madam President, with this motion presented there by the leader of government business. We also concerned as to the ability of the NLA to carry out some of the major functions, to take on some of the major responsibilities it had prior to undertaking such a loan. Responsibilities to various clubs, various organizations, athletes, programs they were funding at the Ministry of Sports and so on, Madam President. Very concerned about that, and the leader of government business never gave any clarification as to how the NLA would be able to meet those obligations and those responsibilities, Madam President. So, Madam President, we are still very concerned with this agreement, especially now that we are coming back to the House where we have a syndicate group of banks whom the leader of government business said would share the risk. So definitely this is very risky for First National St. Lucia, and the other banks had to be brought in to share that risk. So I'm hoping, Madam President, that NLA would be able to meet the commitments of repaying this loan, but it would be very, very good that the leader of government business share more light as to some of the concerns which I have raised on this motion there this morning, Madam President. So with these brief words, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it's with a degree of disappointment that I rise somewhat to repeat the comments I made when this motion was originally brought to the House. But I guess because it's coming back in a slightly varied form, my comments are still applicable. So just to repeat my concerns, Madam President, with regard to this motion, I've heard the issues with regard to risk and credits and so forth, but the banks, I'm sure, have done their due diligence. That is their concern. We have our own responsibility as senators to do our own due diligence and to approve the lending if we see fit. The guarantee if we see fit. But the difficulty I have, which is the same difficulty I had in the initial motion, is that I don't have any sufficient documentation or information on which to make an informed decision as to whether the guarantee should be granted or not. I still do not have even the unaudited accounts of the National Treasury Authority. I have no idea what the existing commitments of the National Authority are. I have no idea what their revenue streams are. I therefore cannot make an assessment of the degree of risk the government is taking in guaranteeing this borrowing. It's the same comment I made initially, and I would have hoped that the leader of government business would have taken the opportunity in coming back to the House to bring this information to us anew. I also am happy actually that he's given a bit more detail this time around, and I commend him for that, in terms of how the funds are going to be spent, in terms of broad project headlines, project titles, so to speak. However, again, I would appreciate a little bit more detail in terms of, for example, the improvements to the court in Zenon. How much is that going to be, or how much is estimated? I understand that at this point, some of it is just going to be budget estimates, but it would be of assistance to us, again, in considering the necessity, the viability, the impact of this borrowing, to know exactly how much money is going to be spent on the various projects that it is anticipated that the monies will be used to fund. I've heard through other means that a lot of work has been done on Boseju, or Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, to give it its proper name, and that it's looking quite resplendent. I'm happy for that. But that being said, I still don't know exactly how much money has been injected into it, exactly what the nature of the repairs or the improvements have been. My concern has always been, when we invest significant funds in these national infrastructure, how are they going to be maintained? How are they going to be used going forward? I was involved in the 2007 Cricket World Cup program, and one of the main selling points of it was that it was going to be a legacy program, that there were going to be long-lasting benefits to the country as a result, particularly in terms of improved sporting infrastructure. And that was the case for a period of time, but obviously to maintain that sporting infrastructure, you have to have regular maintenance. And I think I did on the first occasion this motion came to the Senate, I did indicate that I was of the belief that not just maintaining, particularly as relates to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, not just maintaining, but we need to upgrade. The stadium was state-of-the-art in 2007. That is over a decade ago. We need to make sure that we are future-proofing it so that it remains state-of-the-art going forward. And so I believe there's an opportunity, even in rebuttal, for the leader of government business to address these concerns, to put before us the information that will support or enable us to, make this decision in an informed manner. there is a quote, I can't remember the author of the quote, which is basically trust but verify. So I don't want to have to vote on this based on blind faith. I need the documentation and the information that lets me know that NLA has the capacity, I know they've done it in the past, but has the capacity ongoing to meet this debt, and there is not a chance that this then becomes a further burden on the public purse. With those few remarks, Madam President, that's my concerns with regard to this motion. Thank you.
Senator Paulius.
Who's there to give me the minister's account? You want to preempt my submission? Thank you, Madam President. You know, Madam President, without the necessary documentation, we are left to speculate. So, Madam President, I know that whatever we say here today, based on this motion, will not necessarily alter or change the misguided direction of this government, where this motion is concerned. However, Madam President, this is too important of a motion for me or the members on this side to share our informed and educated position with the people of this country, Madam President. Madam President, I have observed every surreptitious dealing and actions of duplicity, Madam President, exhibited by this Labour Party government. Madam President, when they demonstrate their duplicitous dealings, we, the senators of the United Workers' Party, we are obligated, and I have said it before, Madam President, a few times in this chamber, we have a responsibility to objectively comment, objectively scrutinize in the interest of the citizens of this country. Our concerns are not only for the government, Madam President, because we do know that whatever we say, they will not necessarily view or they will not give consideration to it. But we speak on behalf of the people of this country, Madam President. Madam President, I think that the Prime Minister, in his submission in the lower house, was a bit misleading when he said that it is because of the confidence demonstrated in the operations of the National Lotteries Authority that the two banks of Dominica and Grenada have decided to form a syndicate to share that $86 million loan with the First National Bank. Madam President, I am tempted to believe that this is not the case. I'm tempted to believe that it is because of the inability of the National Lotteries Authority, unless we have substantial documentation to suggest otherwise. My belief stands. It is because of their inability to serve that debt that the concept of the syndicate was developed. And as I listened, Madam President, to the member for Choiseul in the lower house, highlighting the importance of financial statements of the NLA in such a critical and far-reaching undertaking, Madam President, to my greatest surprise, you know, the member for Grosile
downplayed this suggestion and instead asserted that the bank would most likely have asked for the National Lotteries Authority, bank statement and cash flow statement. Madam President, the multi-million-dollar question is, what did the First National Bank think of these financial statements? What did they think of these financial statements? If, Madam President, that the bank and the cash flow statements were excellent and showed a financially sound and well-managed National Lotteries Authority, why was a consortium of banks formed in order to offer that loan? Why? So in the absence of documentation, proper documentation to suggest otherwise, Madam President, this is the perception and this is the interpretation that I bring to this motion. Madam President, the obvious response, and I want to hasten to add that it was to share the risks of such a huge loan. And still, after forming that consortium, Madam President, the First National Bank still found it necessary to request that the government of St. Lucia guarantees the loan. Is it that the NLA that is financially attractive to a large lender, Madam President? Is it? Can the NLA, Madam President, stand on its own? And this is what we ask, and many St. Lucians ask, Madam President. This is what we ask. And I don't think so, Madam President. I really don't think so. And it is because of this, Madam President, that we are calling upon the NLA to make public its audited financial statements for 2022-2023. This is the only guaranteed way for the public of St. Lucia, for the citizens of this country, to judge the capability of the NLA to carry on such a huge loan. Again, the duplicity of this government. Madam President, it is crystal clear that the government is going all out of its way to guarantee such huge loan for the NLA. You can even sense the urgency, Madam President, the urgency in the government's willingness to get the job done and to get it done for the NLA. I get the feeling, you know. I get the feeling, Madam President, that the government stands to gain from this financial deal. The government stands to gain from this financial deal, Madam President. What they stand to gain, Madam President, is the absence. Yes, all of us stand to gain, but you know what exactly this government stands to gain? The absence of the financial scrutiny and fair play which underlies monies coming out of the consolidated fund. Prove me different. By placing the loan with the NLA, the monies can be disbursed with less bureaucracy and more urgency than our treasuries. That way, Madam President, we know very well that the contractors can bypass the rigors of government tender process and can be paid much quicker than if they had to wait for approval from Treasury. Don't try to put words in my mouth today. The paper trail, Madam President, would be more apparent. It would be more apparent for onward communication with the public if done via Treasury. But if not, we know. So that's why, Madam President, and I will keep repeating it, Madam President, like I did in our previous sitting, I will not stop quoting the words of Shakespeare. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Joa here.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam President, I won't be very long because I know we've already been to the House and have had several debates where this government guarantee is concerned. But I just want to bring forward some reminders to the opposition through you and to the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, the senator before me made the assumption that, and the senator before her, that the reason why First National is no longer the only bank assisting with financing for this loan.
Just to be for the record, Senator Joy, who was the senator before her?
Senator Stanislas.
Okay, just for the record.
Yes, thank you, Madam. The senator indicated that the senators indicated that they could assume that the risk was too big. Madam President, a few things can be deduced from this. But unless we have First National Bank in the Parliament today, we may not get an exact answer which they are directing to the bank itself. But Madam President, what we have to understand is that when you hear that the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica, syndicates of banks, are coming to assist the national lotteries with this financing, one can deduce, or it could be clear to some, but for those who may not understand, that perhaps the loan was maybe too big for First National Bank on its own. And that is why, because banks have a certain limit as to the funds that they carry on their accounts. And I can tell you because I was a former banker for a few years. And so the introduction of other banks in the Caribbean region will help you understand that the financing would need to be pulled from different places. One. Second, if the risk is so big for First National Bank, why would Dominica and Grenada get involved in this? Why? So it is obvious that it is because the loan is too big. But Madam President, it seems that the United Workers' Party has a problem with syndicate banks now that they are in opposition. And so, I want to draw your attention, and it has been made a document of the House, but we can lay it before the Senate today. Dated the 30th of November 2020. And who was in government at the time? The United Workers' Party. The 30th of November 2020, between the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority and the Bank of St. Lucia Limited. And Bank of St. Lucia Limited, First National Bank St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, Antigua Commercial Bank Limited, Eastern Caribbean Amalgamated Bank Limited.
So they were afraid of them.
Please, Madam President, allow me to repeat. I'll get there. The 30th day of November 2020, between the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority, Statutory Corporation, and the Bank of St. Lucia, First National Bank of St. Lucia, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, Antigua Commercial Bank, Eastern Caribbean Amalgamated Bank. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And SLASPA. In 2020, the government of St. Lucia at the time, under the leadership of their leader, I could mention his name, Alan Chesney, guaranteed a loan of $202.5 million to finance the Uranora International Airport project. $202.5 million. There was a syndicate bank agreement in November of 2020 under the UWP with all the banks that I mentioned, Madam President. What does that say to you? The United Workers' Party is up to some mischief. Because we have to understand and we have to ask ourselves, and the question is, what does the government have to stand to gain? It is the people of St. Lucia who have something to gain. It is the young men and women who have something to gain. We are talking about Akim Ogis. And Madam President, according to the Prime Minister, they opened the door, so I will walk in it. Because we dealt with this already. Akim Ogis, Zeta James, Johnson Charles, Darren Sammy, Laverne Spencer. World champions. That's who will gain. And young Naomi London from Beaufort North coming through the ranks, she has something to gain, Madam President. So that is the interest of the government, to ensure that our sportsmen and women have something to gain. It seems the United Workers' Party is anti-sports development. And the people of St. Lucia need to listen. It's not gray. It's black and white, their position. Because every single time this has been brought to the House, on the first instance with the loan from First National, and this instance with the syndicate banks, the amalgamated, the different banks, they have opposed every single time. Madam President, I just wanted to stand very briefly to say this. And on one other thing, the senator before me, Senator...
Madam President, I stand on a point of order.
Senator, you take your seat, you put on your light, I acknowledge you, then you stand. Senator Polius.
Madam President, thank you. I think the senator is misleading.
You are standing on a point of order or elucidation?
No. Point of order. I think the senator
What is your point of order?
I think the senator is misleading the House.
You think or she is?
She is misleading the House.
Okay.
Madam President, when she made the statement about two things. When you say that the opposition seems to be anti-sports, that's one. I have to suggest, this is suggestive, Madam President, and this is not sending the correct message to the people. I remember very well.
And what is the second one?
And the second one, Madam President, is the one about, I think that one just slips me. But I wanted to make this one, Madam President. I wanted it to be on the record that the senator is misleading the House by saying that the United Workers' Party former administration is anti-sports, and this is not correct.
Senator, the senator expressed her thoughts, and I think it was a point of elucidation. You wanted to disagree, and I would ask Senator Jawahir to proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Although she stood on a point of order of seems to be, I understand that the opposition is not, it's not expected that immediately they come with evidence to back or to refute But she should have stood and said what it is that the United Workers' Party has done to support sportsmen and women in St. Lucia. You know why? Because it was their cabinet, the largest cabinet of sportsmen and women, and I made that point last week, who refused to rehabilitate the George Odlum Stadium, the Belrose Doctrine in Castries East. And it was someone who was the person who was running that seat at the time was the president of the Olympic Committee. Where is the United Workers' Party merit, ground, standing on sports development in St. Lucia, except for artificial turf? 32 million that go where? Up to now, we have not gotten an answer from the United Workers' Party as to how these funds were spent. So I would advise the senator through you that should she require additional time to bring before the House to refute what I just said, we will be happy and welcoming of that information. But as it stands, the people of St. Lucia cannot stand and say that they have seen any support of the United Workers' Party towards the development of sportsmen and women. And Madam President, let's not forget Julian Alfred. Madam President, with these few words, I really wanted to stand to make our position clear that although this guarantee was passed already, it really gives us an understanding of investor confidence in St. Lucia, contrary to what the senator before me said. If other banks around the Caribbean are seeing the need to invest in a project in St. Lucia, then it really does not show you that what she was suggesting, that First National Bank probably decided this was too great a risk. I stood initially, Madam President, to explain that perhaps it could be that the loan was a little too big, and so we needed the support from other countries. But with these few words, I want to lend my unwavering support towards the development of sports for our men and women of St. Lucia. Thank you.
Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we were told in the first instance that First National was willing to lend the amount of $80 million. Came to this House, it was voted in the affirmative, and we thought that that was the end of the story. We raised a number of concerns as it relates to the appropriateness, the ability of First National to institute the loan. My colleague, Senator Herod, who spoke before me, did a brilliant job in outlining in legislation the powers and the authority of First National, and showed this House quite eloquently that in the powers and the authority of the National Lotteries Authority, that they did not have the powers to implement the institution of the sporting infrastructure program in the government. We outlined that what happened before was that NLA would be the ones to raise the monies, and NLA would transfer those monies into the Ministry of Sports, a central government entity that can now use the government tendering mechanism to use the governance of the implementation of various projects so that the program can be implemented and instituted without fault, above board, in keeping with good governance of our country, in keeping with the procurement mechanisms of government. We did note that there are some institutions, like St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, which have their own internal tendering, their own structure internally, to deal adequately with the implementation of various infrastructure projects. And those statutory bodies ought not to be compared to an institution or a statutory body like the NLA that has had its own problems with governance in this country. It is the same NLA, Madam President, that we saw from the minutes of a board meeting, that a policymaker was referred to that in the minutes of those meetings, and we made it a document of the House, that they...
Senator Jean.
Madam President, I stand on a point of order.
What is your point of order, Senator Jean?
The senator is misleading the House by suggesting that the NLA has a problem with governance. I ask that the senator present that evidence to the House, because this is defamatory.
It's, I'm trying to avoid a back and forth because we right now cannot ask the senator to provide any evidence, so that is mostly the government side who has to present that kind of information. However, I will allow the senator to proceed with his presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. For clarity, what I did say is that the NLA has had a history, its own history, with bad governance in this country. We have made a document of this House, minutes of a board meeting from the NLA, where a policymaker, a minister of sport, while he served, there was the minutes of the board meeting from the NLA, which said that there was an account that the minister had influence over. When you have a statutory body of any, and I've had to learn this the hard way, that the power of ministers only goes so far. You are a policy maker. You set the policy. Your permanent secretary is the chief financial operating officer within that ministry. You can give advice as it relates to the policy, but never should the finances of a statutory body be influenced directly by any minister.
Madam President?
And so if
Senator Joahir.
Madam President, I stand on a point of order.
Yes, your point of order, Senator Joahir.
Madam President, the senator is misleading the House. The senator was asked to present evidence and stood and referred to minutes of a meeting of a statutory corporation to deduce or infer that there is an issue with governance. I think that is extremely misleading, and we need to be extremely careful how we put these corporations into disrepute, especially in the Senate.
I shall make a determination on that and to ask Senator to please move on. We've been through that in the previous sitting. We've made a determination. Move on with your presentation.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. When we come to this House, we express concern about the weak structures which exist in some statutory bodies, then it is a viable and a very, very, very appropriate concern which we must raise if we're all committed to governing this country well.
Senator Fede, I have asked you to move on, and I want to refer you to 37. 5, no senator shall impute improper motives to any member of either chamber. You spoke of a policy maker, a minister, etc. 2 senators have stood up on a point of order, and I asked you to move on. So just move on into your presentation.
So that becomes important if we want to successfully institute the monies or the programs which the monies are going to go to. Today we're told that First National, which was the principal lender in this loan, was going to fund the entire amount. We've got to, part of this motion is for us to revoke that initial decision that was approved here by Parliament, and we're supposed to now vote on a new motion which brings in more banks. I want to state clearly, for the information of the senators opposite, Madam President, that we have no problems with syndicate loans. We want to make that absolutely clear. What we do have a problem with is when things are done piecemeal. We have never ever brought a proposal to this House saying that one bank is going to exclusively lend a certain amount of monies, and now only within a matter of weeks later to see that there's a backtracking and there is a fundamental change in the direction by which we would wish to go. That is a fundamental development that has happened, and that should not be taken lightly. And in the absence of information, then we will have to come to certain conclusions and assume, and we will have to raise questions as to what is going on as it pertains to the developments. We're talking about borrowing $80 million. And so that should not be taken lightly. And so if it is that First National had said that they are going to lend the monies, and now we're being told that First National is going to now get two other banks to help with the loan, then we have to ask questions. This is happening at a time, Madam President, when the liquidity in the country is high. The banks in this country are flushed with cash. Now, follow the logic. Banks make their monies by lending. But while liquidity is high, we see that lending has declined by the banks. In St. Lucia, lending has declined by the banks, but they're flush with cash. Why? Why is it? So if I'm a banker, and I've got all of these deposits, in fact, the Social Economic Review says that total bank deposits are over $5.6 billion. That's what it says here in the Economic and Social Review. So if all of this money is there in the banks, what is $80 million in comparison to 5-point-something billion dollars? Well, what is this about? It then asks me, why is it that the bank has backtracked? I know that the political narrative has to say that it's because they have confidence in you, the other banks from Dominica and Grenada. I know that's what you have to say. That's the strategy of your government. That's what you caucus, that's what you plan to tell the people. They have confidence in us. And so, yeah, but we don't have to buy that. Because the information that you have presented to us show us that the banks in St. Lucia are flush with cash. And the banks will not make money on these deposits if they don't lend these deposits. If you don't lend this money, you can't make money. So what if it is that I'm a bank and Senator Herod is another banker and I get a piece of business for $80 million from the national lotteries? Why would I want to share it with Senator Herod? Why would I want to share my hard-earned business? I can take all for myself. Because the environment in the country shows that business for the banks have not grown, it has declined. Because lending compared to last year has declined. That's what it says in the analysis. So all of this political narrative to try to mislead, all this PR stunt and the campaign, nobody is up to mischief on the opposition, Madam President. It's just that the facts that they have presented don't add up. That's what we're saying. The facts presented don't add up. So you can't read, and I'm sorry, Madam President, I don't expect that the senators would know that the banks are looking for clients to lend loans. The banks want to do things. The banks want to lend money because they have an increase in deposits and a decline in lending. So when you have this and you're analyzing this situation, and then you say, but wait a second, there's so much money in the banking sector, why would First National Bank or any bank that gets a $80 million loan decide, well, let me share it? Why? That's a fundamental question that the government must answer, and stop trying to twist our statements and we're not here to play games. We are here to ask relevant questions Up to now, you have failed to tell us what the real cost of the World Cup is. You all went to Alaska, you all went back, but you all are running away from the facts. What is the cost? Those are simple questions that we're not being given the answers. And so we have to ask questions. We have to assume, because even the independent senator today, Senator Lee, said, where is the information for me to make an informed decision? And it's a very damning thing when an independent senator with no political interest gets up and says, where is the information? It's a very damning thing in a government. In an era of transparency and information, you are not giving us enough information for us to make informed opinions on the various policy decisions that you're coming to the House to institute. So, Madam President, we are very concerned and very, very confused. Madam President, Section 4 of the National Lotteries Authorities Act speaks to the duties and the responsibilities of the national lotteries. And nowhere in there does it say that the national lotteries has the power and is structured to implement the development of playing fields. It says that the national lotteries, clearly, is there to raise monies. And as a policy, the National Lotteries Board will determine how those monies are going to be spent, the allocation, what the various fiduciary, strategic, and financial decisions of the institution is, not any specific politician. That must be made clear. It is the board of the statutory body that has the direct and clear responsibility to outline the strategic, fiduciary, and financial direction of the institution. But nowhere in the National Lotteries Act does it say that they are designed to institute the infrastructure development. Madam President, you will remember very well when we raised that point in this House, and I will say the leader of government business, I'm calling his name, rose and said that the institution that will be instituting the playing field program was the Sports St. Lucia Inc., which manages Darren Sammy and Bosses You. I'm sure you remember that, Madam President. Today we are being told that it is not SSI, that NLA has its own assets.
Leader of
so we are
government business.
confused.
Leader of government business.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order, Leader of government?
Senator Fede has attempted to mislead the House once again. And he referred to a statement that I made. I did make the statement. And when he then challenged the statement and I did stand up and made a correction that it was NLE. It was just semantics. I used the other entity. I don't know what's so funny. I used instead of having to say the NLA at the time, I said SSI. That was a genuine error that I stood and corrected. It's in the record. Today, he's coming to this. I did say NLA by correcting the previous statement. It's in the record. Today, he comes and he tries to insinuate that I said SSI. Madam President, I think this is a deliberate attempt. This is malicious. Madam President, I corrected it. For the records, I did correct it, and for the records, it is the NLE. And any attempt to misrepresent what I said, Madam President, I believe is misleading.
So noted, Senator. Please proceed. Senators, can we have some order, please? Senator Stanislaus, Senator Fede. Please note that Senator Ferdinand, Leader of Government Business, has indicated. So we are for the record, and you move on now, please.
So, thank you very much, Madam President. So you see why the opposition is confused, in that we were told that it was SSI. Well, first we were told that the national lotteries, then we were told it was SSI because my colleague
Senator
here,
Fede, the senator stood up and acknowledged that it was an error. He stood up and he acknowledged, and
So
you're going back there.
I'm getting to his correction, but the series of events
No,
are
Senator,
important.
you're not getting to your correction. You're going back there. Just move on. Just move on.
Thank you very much. I'll be guided. So we in the opposition are very confused by the flip-flopping of the government. We are not only confused but concerned, because by changing the game so often, we don't have any confidence that the government knows what it's doing as it relates to this particular transaction. That's where we are. So I'm very, very sorry that we don't have the confidence in the government. We don't have the confidence in your ability. And based on the series of events, it confirms our own suspicions about your abilities to do this in a way. So this is a very serious development that has happened here today. Madam President, could it be that the bank would have looked at St. Lucia's fiscal situation and would have asked itself this, that our original decision to give this loan of 80 million might not be such a great decision after all. And what we perhaps need to do is to spread the risk, because we see that instead of borrowing in St. Lucia going downwards, we see that borrowing is trending upwards. Could it be that that was a consideration of First National? Could it be, Madam President, that when they looked at the debt to GDP outside of COVID under Alan Chasney, they recognized that it was below, in some years, below 60%, which is below prudential levels, and now they see it is at 72.9%, almost 13% above prudential limits. Could it be that the bank may have looked at those trends and recognized that St. Lucia's debt to GDP ratio and its debt in the last 2 years cumulatively have acquired an additional 16% on the stock of debt, now nearing some $5 billion in the total debt stock of the country? Could it be, Madam President, that they have surmised this situation and said, look, this country is going down the wrong path. There's a lot of borrowing. The fiscal indicators, despite all the public relations we've heard in this house, all the marketing campaigns that, yes, they're so great, but then when you check their own numbers that the Ministry of Finance put together, those numbers don't correlate with the statements that we hear from the government side. Could it be, Madam President, that the bank would have looked at its the situation and said that, look, in this country, interest rates have gone up? I didn't say so. The Economic and Social Review said that. Could it be that they recognize that the government debt servicing has gone up to the point that it is going to cost this country almost $1 million on a daily basis to service existing debt on the book? Could it be? We have not been given clear explanations, so we are very sorry for the questions which we ask here today. We're asking those questions in the best interest of the people of this country. And we believe that it is our job that if we're going to come and you're going to present to us a set of movements, then we're going to ask, what has gone so horribly wrong? What has gone so wrong, Madam President? The opposition appeals through your good offices. What has gone so wrong that we are now in this situation where a foremost local bank says, what I thought I should have done before, in a time when the banks are very liquid in this country. The liquidity of our banks have gone up. Deposits are flush in this country. But lending has gone down. That means that the banks are hungry for business. because banks make interest. They make interest on loans. I get an opportunity to lend, and usually the government should be the safest customer. Because the government, unlike a private citizen, can put on a tax, like the infamous health and security tax that you've put on. And we know that that's going to raise some $30 million, you said in the budget, in new taxes on the people of the country. But not even that, Madam President, could convince the bank that they should stay in this alone. Not even a new $30 million that the government plans to pick up this year could convince the bank that they should stay in this alone. We heard from Senator Jaya where that is because they have such confidence in us. They have confidence. Confidence? Nobody has confidence in you, Madam President. Not you, the general term, in any government, Madam President. When you go to buy loans in bonds with the market, and then the usual prices are about 4%, and then this time your own analysis tells you, I have got to pay more for bonds. Rising interest rates and confidence don't correlate. And the government side, Madam President, can say what they want, but rising interest rates don't correlate with confidence. All the signs are wrong. Liquidity in the banks are up. Lending is down. But yet they have no confidence to lend to you. Interest rates are going to be almost doubled the maximum that the government is proposing. 7.5 is unprecedentedly high. These are very, very serious times in this country, Madam President. Very, very serious times. And so when the government says, oh, they've got confidence in us, that doesn't ring a bell with what's happening in the realities. If there was confidence in this government, Madam President, we would have had options. I challenge the government to show me any considerable amount of upward movement in loans coming from the international market outside of the Caribbean. They cannot do it. Other Caribbean countries can go beyond the regional securities exchange market and get loans at very good prices, good levels of interest, because, Madam President, they have got a very fiscally sound position in the books, Madam President. And I love the Economic and Social Review because they can talk about community centers and playing fields and giving they go all around to Alaska and back. It's all about a campaign. They're constantly campaigning, but never analyzing, Madam President, the financial situation of the country. And so what they try to do, they try to cover their reality, Madam President, with fluff. I mean, you think that giving 100 preschools $2,500 each is going to save the problem that we've got in the country with the loans that you're borrowing, and we are almost $5 billion in debt? You believe that that's going to do it? Really? You believe that $1 million is going to help the farming sector, where you have about 2,000 farmers registered? How many farmers are going to get? $500? You believe that $500 per farmer is going to help the situation? First you came, you said that you're going to give $500,000 was what you proposed. Now it's $1 million? So everything about them and this motion, Madam President, resembles their entire governance of the country. Everything is piecemeal, chock-a-block. Today we do that, we have to change it tomorrow. Because what we made in the budget, we realized that we did so without any proper research. And that's what has characterized this administration. And so there's nothing that I've heard today, Madam President, that gives me the comfort that the bank has not done its proper analysis, looked at St. Lucia's fiscal indicators, and realized that, look, a primary surplus doesn't impress banks. A primary surplus does not impress banks, because the banks know that in a primary surplus, you have not taken out your loan payments versus your revenue.
You have 15 minutes more.
Thank you, Madam President. And so, could it be that the bank looked at St. Lucia's accounts and realized that they are $100 million in payables? Could it be, Senator? $105 million in payables last year. So the government only paid $5 million payables has moved from. And they owe the economy, the people that they haven't paid, is over $100 million. Could it be that the bank recognized that you're a bad paymaster and said that I am not going to lend these people any money because they are bad paymasters to the private sector? Could it be? I asked the question because, Madam President, I do not have the information. So what it is usually, and I find it very, very hard to stay logical and analytical, because the government side, Madam President, are never ready to debate. They always come ready to campaign, Madi Prete, but yet I'm hearing a senator today who says governments have to borrow. I was so impressed, Madam President, that I almost reached over on the other side and gave one of the senators a hug. Because finally, we're hearing some logic. They're now admitting, after campaigning for 5 years, Madi Prete, now they're saying, how do you expect us to pay the bills of the country? Now it is that, oh, borrowing is necessary. Borrowing is necessary. They are in government, so it's necessary now. That kind of attitude doesn't help solve the fiscal dire straits that we're in as a country. It doesn't help solve the economic realities that confronts us. Slow growth, high debt, high inflation, cost of living in this country has really riddled a number of our people. So could it be that the bank has looked at all of this and said, I need to change my mind? Could it be that the time of maturity for various bonds in this country have gone down? The government would like it to be at 8 years, Madam President, but they are doing 5.8. 5.8 years is the average of the maturity time of various bonds. It went down from 6.1 in 2022. Could it be the bank has looked at all of these measurements and said, look, St. Lucia is not in a good place. St. Lucia is not in a sound fiscal position. St. Lucia is not trending in the right direction. And therefore, we need to change course. Therefore, we need to rethink this position. We cannot allow ourselves to expose so much of our monies to a bad creditor. Madam President, I submit these questions to the House, and I want to do this as well before I sit down. I want to remind the senators, because Senator Jayawira said that, what has the United Workers' Party done for sports? Now, I love her enthusiasm with sports. I really, really, really do. Love her enthusiasm. She has a certain gusto. If we're talking about the economy, she doesn't. But when it's sports, she's spring out of her chair, ready to go. I love it. Now, Madam President, let me remind her. Let me remind her, Madam President. Let me remind her. Let me remind her that it was the United Workers' Party government who established the National Sports Academy in Grusley. It was the United Workers' Party who had the vision to say that we had a population declines. We had these, what do you call them again? The schools, universal education schools that the Labour Party government built. And we recognized that there were high school dropouts. And we transformed this underperforming learning institution into an institution of sporting excellence, giving the young people of this country the ability to develop and hone their sporting prowess, Madam President, while they pursue their academics. And you know, I'll say this to you, of all the things that you can do in sports, if you don't have a systematic and structured development program, then, Madam President, you will not build athletes. Now, the reason why we talk about Darren Sammy 5 years ago, then another 5 years we get lever and sponsor, then another 5 years, here comes the Julian Alfred, is because there has not been a systematic approach to the development of our athletes. And so when you are talking about, yeah, we built all these playing fields and we did this and we did that, that's important too, to have great playing fields. And I can list a whole long list, Madam President, that time will not permit me. But I think it's important that I spend time here making this point, that we have to be a lot more structured, and the United Workers' Party began that process. And it was the fundamental shift that went into the development of sports in this country. I challenge anybody else to raise any issue, but what they'll say, oh, well, y'all removed the subsidy from Julian Alfred. That's not true, Madam President. It's absolutely untrue. Julian Alfred was getting the subsidy from the Ministry of Sports. It came from, the government said, well, we will transfer the subsidy to the NLA. The Ministry of Sports was giving something like $200 US, but when we transferred it to NLA, Julian Alfred got $1,500. But I don't like to argue about that, but because the weapon of disinformation from the Labour Party government, even in government, Madam President, they are still campaigning. That's why the country is not progressing, because the government is constantly misleading people with the facts. I mean, if you did not know your information, you would sit here and believe that all of a sudden on the United Workers' Party, that we were borrowing so recklessly, that we did nothing for COVID, that we just took the money and the money disappeared, all these billions. Totally untrue. But when you take the evidence and you come and you debate and you say, here are the facts, the government side lacks empirical evidence to back up what they say, which is why they flip-flop a lot. Which is why today we're hearing it's great to borrow. Today we are hearing that they've got to borrow. So I want to remind the Senator that the most consequential thing that has happened to sports in this country was to set the framework for there to be a systematic and sustainable way, Madam President, of developing our athletes. And I am very proud that that happened in the recent cabinet in which I served and the member for Soufrière served. The most consequential thing that has happened in sports. We've had the Darren Sammy Stadium closed with no programs, Madam President. It was there as a showpiece. No development programs from the Labour Party administration. Yeah, talk about the light bill. Yeah, that's going to help develop sportsmen in the country. Yeah, man, of course, typical. But, Madam President, as I try to wriggle my way through the noise, I want to say this, that I'm very proud in the previous cabinet that we were in, that the people of Dennery South, they have a cricket field and a football field with some of the best lights that are world-class anywhere in the world. I'm very proud, Madam President, of the development works that has happened at the Micoud playing field, Madam President, where the people of Micoud North has had the best outfield they have had in the history of their playing field. Madam President, in the constituency of the leader of government business, the Deriso playing field, the surface, it is the best and more sustainable it has been. And Madam President, I saw hundreds of fans on the Soufrière mini stadium celebrating and enjoying the Soufrière Jazz. But Madam President, I was told I have not heard any reports from the Ministry of Health that anyone got cancer. I have not heard a report that anyone got cancer. It was safe for hundreds of tenants to go on the Sufre playing field built by the United Workers' Party and the Senator Herbert Stanislas. Madam President, I can go on and on and on, but that is not the point. Governments are going to build playing fields. Governments are going to upgrade playing fields. And anyone who wants to make this argument about playing fields are just one of the pillars upon which sporting development are going to be built on. We need sustainable development programs in coaching, raising the bar, making sure that our athletes, Madam President, have world-class coaching. And this is why the NLA ought not to get itself caught up in a big loan like this. The NLA's funds are going to serve the country and its athletes better if we were funding good development programs, for example. If we were funding more money, so instead of the semi-professional league, and I applaud the Minister of Sports for now having competition, because that addresses the other pillar: development, infrastructure, and development, and coaching. So unless we have all of these three, Madam President, working in tandem together, sports will go nowhere. And that is the science. I really do not care about any public relations campaign that comes from the other side that tells people that they are so great. There is a prescribed science, Madam President, for everything. Development is a science. Development is not a bunch of politicians getting up and saying, oh, yes, man. Yeah, boy, Chasney is a white man, blah, blah, blah. No, this is about developing the country. This is about driving it forward. And we want to hear proposals. We want you all to answer questions. Why the bank has escaped. Why the bank is now changing from this loan. We want to hear the cost of World Cup. I keep asking you that 10 times in your rebuttal. Never ever. They just bypass all the questions, Madam President. Madam President, I beg you, can you please use your good offices to get the government side, to give the opposition valuable information that we need so that we can make very informed decisions about the various policy measures that they are bringing to us. Madam President, I beg of you, I know, Madam President, that I can depend on you. So I'm asking you, Madam President, to please use your good offices so that we can, the government side can answer our questions. Please, what is the real reason why the bank is backpedaling on this loan? It's very, very crucial. We want to know. We need to know. We desire to know. We would love to help you, but we need information. Madam President, I thank you for your indulgence.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just very, 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 very quickly. There were questions asked, Madam President, but I want us to refocus on the motion before us, and that is to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee, for Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of $80 million from First National Bank, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Now, Madam President, ever since we came in here this morning, we've been talking about projects, matters that relate to sports. It so happened that they all clustered. We had the waiver of VAT for sports. We have this loan which was already debated here. Initially, when the opposition came, the first thing that they came with a big deal about the National Lotteries Authority not having the authority to engage in infrastructural development until we pointed to the National Lotteries Authority Act at Section 23 to show that they had the authority to engage in programs and projects that relate to youth and sports. So, case closed on that side. Now, Madam President, I am hearing some kind of economic theory that makes me believe that the little economics that I did at school maybe has been changed. Maybe there's something that has been introduced which is different to what I learned. I am not sure whether there are new theorists that are coming up with completely different theories. Now, I am not sure whether mixed degrees can also be teaching something different to what solid bachelor's and master's degrees are producing. Because, Madam President, a bank, a financial institution that offers money to be borrowed by individuals goes through high levels of scrutiny and due diligence before they can expose themselves to any risk. In fact, banks are risk averse. We know that. So any institution that agrees to lend money is going to scrutinize the books of that lender, of not the lender, what do you call it? The lendee. Of the borrower, the borrowee. What's the legal term? Borrower and borrowee. Okay? So they would scrutinize the borrowee before exposing themselves to risk. How you could say the National Bank of Dominica and the Grenada Cooperative Bank, what affinity they have to St. Lucia that they will come and want to expose themselves to a risky transaction? Where in finance we learn that? What kind of theory is this? Where has it come from, Madam President? I mean, I did not want to speak on this, but I just cannot. It defies my conscience to sit here and allow the people of St. Lucia to hear this kind of argument that the National Bank of St. Lucia did not want to take the risk, so other banks are coming in to take that risk. Madam President, the opposition senator indicated that the bank lending has been reduced.
For the record, which senator are you referring to?
Senator Dominic Fede. Madam President, he indicated that bank lending has been reduced. Can he present the evidence of that, Madam President? Where is that?
Madam President, I'm very happy to have the senator with a lot.
Excuse me, did I acknowledge you?
Has the president called you?
Please proceed, Senator.
So, Madam President, I want to know whether the logic that is being used and bandished is really what propelled a letter I saw written to the IMF. There is a letter that was written to the IMF about this very same loan. I don't know what the IMF has to do with a sovereign government taking a loan or guaranteeing, not even taking it, but guaranteeing a loan, Madam President, for sporting infrastructure for its country. The IMF comes every year and they do their review of a country. The IMF has never signaled that St. Lucia is in default of their loans and is in any economic or financial problems. Yet still, to take a loan to do sports infrastructure, a letter had to go to the IMF, penned by the leader of the opposition. I mean, it really appears that the opposition, Madam President, is against sports in St. Lucia in general. Where a government is trying to develop its sports, and Madam President, let's look historically. Madam President, it's politics to write a letter, Madam President, to the IMF about a loan that is being guaranteed by the government of St. Lucia. That's politics. That is politics to the lowest degree, Madam President. We must never think there. I mean, yes, I can understand the opposition feels really threatened by the splendid programs of this administration. But don't sink so low. Don't sink so low. I mean, every single day that something new comes from this government, the people of St. Lucia are happy. So I can understand the opposition. In fact, Madam President, you don't realize, ever since we came here to debate the policy statement, the appropriation bill, the senators on the opposite side have yet to reference anything in the appropriation bill. All they have debated is the economic and social review. That is all. Page 11 and 12 are the only two pages that they have debated. That is, Madam President, I will not be distracted
Senator Fede,
by the flashing mirrors on the other side.
Senator Fede, we are advising you to use parliamentary language in the House.
Madam President, the Hansard will reveal, and it's there for the record, and it's there for posterity for years and years and years to come. And it will show that ever since we met to debate the appropriation bill, none of the senators on the opposite side have referenced anything that was said by the Honorable Prime Minister in his policy statement. All what was debated was 2.2% on a blue box. That's all they were able to present. Madam President, when I listened to what was presented on the opposite side...
Madam President?
Senator Fede?
Yeah. Madam President,
You're rising on
a point of order.
What is your point of order,
The
Senator?
member is continuously misleading the House, and I kindly seek your intervention. I do have my budget presentation that I've typed up, and I've quoted all the pages of the Economic and Social Review. We've taken our time from cover to cover. And for the senator to say that we've only looked at 2 pages is really inaccurate. I understand that she needs to pander to the gallery, and I understand that she has to campaign. But let us be factual. The appropriation bill is, the economic review is exactly what it says. It is a basis for you to debate the appropriation
Senator
bill.
Fede? Okay, you have indicated it's inaccurate, so we will move on. Thank you. Please move on, Senator Jean.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to also remind us here and remind the opposition, Madam President, that there was a period of time I hear talk of all the splendid things that they did in sports in St. Lucia. I hear about Sufre Stadium and all of that. and about the sports academy. I want to ask, Madam President, whether there is a playing field for the sports academy. I'm just asking a question. What is a question, Amadi, Madam President? I also want to ask whether we remembered a time when cows were grazing on our playing fields round the island. Oh, Latini said, tell me, Madam President, Beth, take a vini guan on our playing fields. They were not even cutting the grass on the playing fields. The caretaker, that's history that is relevant to us today. Because, Madam President, if we are saying that, oh, the United Workers' Party government was so interested in sports and did so much for sports, Kimanye Beth take a graze on the playing field. Why were cows and goats and sheep getting fat on playing fields while sportsmen and women could not get the use of these playing fields? What happened to the caretaker program during that time? Oh? What happened during that time? So, Madam President, I want us to go back to the essence of this loan. It is not new for consortium of banks to grant financing, and Senator Jawahir presented an example of a loan taken, guaranteed by the government of St. Lucia for SLASPA. And remember, that was not the full financing. An amount was taken from the Exim Bank of Taiwan, and there was also that loan from the syndicate of banks. Banks do not give loans that are at high risk. And the only reason the two banks from Dominica and Grenada would want to expose themselves to such financing, to provide such financing, is because of the confidence that they have in the National Lotteries Authority and in the government of St. Lucia. Madam President, also, the National Lotteries Authority have taken loans in the past. And if they did not service their debt properly to the satisfaction of these banks would not open themselves again to them. So the people of St. Lucia are not the 43%ers who will just believe the truth that is being brought out to them on the opposite side, because they don't think that the truth is what you want the truth to be, or you believe the truth to be. They believe the truth that is presented with facts, with figures, with credibility, with evidence. And so I have every confidence in the government of St. Lucia and support and provide my support to guarantee this loan to the National Lotteries Authority for sporting infrastructure. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. This motion has taken an interesting turn, so I'm going to try to be precise and concise. First of all, I want to assure this chamber that while opposition sometimes makes a claim that they need information and they need things to be clarified and they want the government to share light on matters debated, Madam President, the more light you share, the more questions that are coming. The more light you share, the more suspicious, the more suspicion, the more doubt, the more concerns the opposition has. So I don't expect the opposition ever to see that they've been enlightened. However, with all due respect, I will make a couple of comments on some of the issues raised by the independent senator, who we have never accused from this side of the chamber to be supporting the government. You see, the opposition sometimes has to be careful what they say. we have sat in this chamber and heard this opposition accuse at least one opposition independent senator of supporting the government. It happened here, and the member had to be admonished. So we respect the views of the independent. And so I will say to the independent senator who raised a couple of issues, one of them was on the matter of the NLA's accounts and the due diligence. The due diligence, and as he said, the banks would have done that. The due diligence that would have been done on the NLA would be the basis for the banks to have agreed that they are going to offer the money to the NLA. Madam President, if they had noticed that the NLA was in the red, they would not have been able or willing to issue that loan. He also mentioned the issue of the nature of the repairs that are going to be done, and acknowledged that I did provide some more details. I wish to provide further details, Madam President, especially with regard to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where the works there will include the renovation or the improvements in the car park to improve the parking capability. The technological improvements, well, I mentioned it, but I will just indicate it will include the media center, particularly since some of those will have to be handed over to international media. The net facilities at the grounds for practice for the players, net practice, will be getting attention. The lighting has to get major improvements to meet the standards of the World Cup. And I also want to mention the surface. We know that there's lots of football that has been played on that ground, and there was a time when there was a fungus that attacked the grass, not plastic grass, Madam President, the natural grass at Bosiju, and that will also be getting some attention to make sure that we have the most impeccable surface to keep the rank of St. Lucia's Darren Sammy Cricket Ground as the best facility in the Eastern Caribbean. Madam President, the opposition has continued to hit on our facilities, on our agencies, and the National Lotteries Authority in this debate was a target. Trying to rehash all the allegations that were made from the previous debate and trying to create the impression that primary surplus doesn't mean anything. You know, that does not impress banks. Well, if primary surplus does not impress banks, are they suggesting that the primary deficits or the deficits that were in their time was the reason the banks continue to lend money? I mean, there's no logic in that statement, so I'll move on. Madam President, Senator Polius made a point about the NLA, suggesting that her suspicious, and that she doesn't think that the reason they attracted the 3 banks rather than 1 is because of the ability to pay. So I will then say, therefore, if the NLA was able to attract 1 bank, and that meant things were very bad in the NLA, how is it that they were able to attract 3 banks who are willing to take the same risk? I mean, again, and they're not even local banks. There's no logic in these arguments. That's just suspicion and dark clouds. Madam President, government stands to gain. I heard that statement, the government stands to gain. What the government stands to gain from a loan? What is she talking about? Everybody inside here forms part of the government. So let me just mention who stands to gain are the young people in the Mabuya Valley where she's from. Polio, Gadet, and Grand Riviere, and Larry Shoes. These are the people who stand to gain. The government stands to gain. Casting a shadow on the National Lotteries Authority, Madam President. And raising suspicion. Everybody is there's always a suspicion. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious. And even quoting, what's the famous quote that I've been hearing? Oh, what a tangled web. Shakespeare. Madam President, let me just inform the member, please quote carefully. That quote is not a Shakespeare quote. Okay, let me just help her. It is from Sir Walter Scott in 1806. And when we have all repeating that quote every sitting, and I've not even checked the source. That's a habit of the opposition. Not even a quote they can get properly. Shakespeare n'a jamais dit ça. So next time you quote it, Senator, please get the source right. And you know that quote was about casting the shadows over and doubt over what we see. Madam President, the National Lotteries Authority, is being labeled as if there's suspicion. What will happen to the money? Is the money? Madam President, and two things were mentioned. What will happen to the money? You know why I believe, Madam President, the opposition is best placed to tell us about those things. They're very well versed in no tendering, in awarding contracts without paper trail. So I can understand, and I did say, I think so am I. I've said that before. So I understand the suspicion. It's just a nature of who you are that causes you to think the way you do. And so, Madam President, there was an issue about the amount of money, and I think Senator Jawahir already mentioned about 5 banks who approached during their time to borrow to about $220 million for HIA. Madam President, if that was a good thing then, I don't know how 3 banks now borrowing from, lending an institution here money is a bad thing now. And so I just want to say again, it appears that the banks are lining up to lend money to our institution. That's what I see. To wrap up, Madam President, there has been an attempt in the last few months, with the desperation that we see in this opposition, to attempt to malign and to put the name of this country into the gutters. And I want to say, Madam President, is the opposition now going to write to the Cooperative Bank of Grenada and the Dominica First National Bank like they did to the IMF and the World Bank? Because we are trying to get $80 million. That's what they did. So now that they wrote to IMF and wrote to World Bank, all they got was, I think, a photograph with a security guard or something like that. Yes. Is the opposition now going to write to these institutions and say, don't give the money to our young people, to NLA, so that they can develop the facilities around the country? Madam President, it appears that the efforts have not worked. We continue to get the confidence of lending institutions. We continue to see the confidence of investors in our country. Monies are being made available to us at concessionary rates as a government so that we can do the business of this country. The opposition is very, very uncomfortable with that. They know the result of what will happen. They have heard the budget. They stick to the social and economic review. They're afraid to discuss the budget because they know once we deliver what we have promised in the budget, Balfini will sack for them. And so, Madam President, I say once again, this motion is the government's demonstration that it is seeking to get guarantee funds for the NLA to provide much needed infrastructural repair and improvement for ICC World Cup and for sporting facilities around this country. And for that reason, this Parliament should and will give approval for the government to go ahead and conduct the business of the country. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament revokes the Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister for Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority from the First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program published as statutory instrument number 41 of 2024. Be it further resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of EC 80 million from First National Bank of St. Lucia Limited, Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, and the National Bank of Dominica, the banks, to the National Lotteries Authority to assist with a youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable by the National Lotteries Authority in 15 years in biannual payments of $3,571,993.78 inclusive of interest at a rate of 4% per annum for the term of the loan. Be it further resolved that it is a condition of the loan agreement between the banks and the National Lotteries Authority that in the event of default by the National Lotteries Authority, the government guarantees repayment of the loan. Be it further resolved that the terms and conditions of the guarantee are that A, the National Lotteries Authority repays the loan in accordance with the loan agreement, and in the event of default and on demand, the loan is immediately repayable by the government, and B, the guarantee continues in full force and effect while the loan remains unpaid, including during the period of the loan, that is in 15 years, commencing from the date of the signing of the loan agreement. Be it further resolved, the guarantee sets out the provisions applicable to A, taxes, B, representations and warranties, C, procedures for amendments or modifications of the guarantee, and D, severability. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do stand suspended until 4 p.m.
Senators, the question is that the sitting of the Senate be suspended until 4 p.m. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of our contrary opinions say no. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Sitting suspended until 4 p.m.
All right.
Sénat la session ja bout jobia avec anti-pause pour déjeuner caparet pour jusqu'à 4 heures encore avec comme nous tenons c'est session qui consiste qui m'a dit c'est Sénat là avec pour nous ça dit le bon matin puisqu'il commence le bon matin avec déjà discuté trois motions. Ça c'est première motion c'est pour première motion c'est pour tirer j'avais VAT sur certains bagailles qui sont nécessaires pour c'est beau jouer, c'est jouer cricket là, qui a joué ICC Cricket World Cup, qui a commencé ici tout à l'heure, ça c'est le mois prochain, avec, il pas exactement qu'il fallait, mais c'est principalement pour tirer le VAT associé à plusieurs différentes marchandises avec bagailles, il y a besoin. Deuxième motion, c'était pour le Parlement autoriser le ministre des Finances pour amasser l'argent, ça nous appelle bonds. Bonds, c'est presque l'argent, mon papa dit c'est l'argent prêté, mais c'est pour assurance. C'est pour assurance comme que vous savez mettre un bon en valeur 64 millions $. Avec le gouvernement aussi, avec troisième motion, c'était pour le gouvernement pour faire une résolution pour autoriser le ministre des Finances pour garantir, ça c'est NLA. NLA c'est l'autorité qui est responsable pour les affaires l'auto avec bagaille comme ça. C'est pour prêter l'argent en valeur 20 millions de dollars Hot Bank la Grenade et puis en banque à Dominique qui a prêté l'argent ça là avec la dernière discussion c'est ça avec le point posé à présent avec l'année l'autre toujours mais Virgil qui a dit noticing please en anglais.
Yes, Michael, as you said, we've come to a suspension in the House, in the Senate, where there was discussion on 3 motions. The first motion dealt with the waiver of the VAT tax on certain items relating to ICC Cricket World Cup. This particular bill, quite surprisingly, generated a lot of discussion. We were saying this would have been a pretty straightforward motion, but of course the opposition had a lot of questions. The leader of opposition business did not support it. Basically, he was asking why are we even hosting Cricket World Cup? And his colleague, perhaps not really realizing, she was actually answering a question by the leader of the opposition. She actually said there were great benefits, in hosting the Cricket World Cup. But in this motion, the one part of this motion which generated a lot of discussion was concerning value-added tax exemption for police officers who would be coming in to provide added security for the Cricket World Cup. And of course, as you said, the second motion dealt with the second one was where the government had issued bonds in the amount of $64 million, and there were a reissuance of bonds, and basically in the amount of, I should say, $477.3 million. The leader of government business had said, there was need to raise those monies to supplement a gap or deficit in the budget, and so there was need to raise those finances to continue the programs and the projects of the government. And of course, the third motion dealt with the government securing or guaranteeing a loan by the National Lotteries Authority for also relating to Cricket World Cup, but this time is for sporting infrastructure like the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium, the Mindufele Park, and it also related to the upgrade of playing fields around the country, and this of course had a lot of debate. But all in all, the House stands adjourned, and we will be back here at
4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. where there will be one final motion to be debated and a couple of bills passed. So do stay tuned with us or join us back here at 4 p.m. for the continuation of the Senate.